Well, I was assuming like yesterday was pretty good. Yeah, I need to do that myself. Why? Why? So, but I don't want YouTube to have the whole file. They can just do the video, right? Yeah. No, I do not want them to have PPT. There's no way in the world I'm going to see the PPT because it's copyright. So people will just copy and paste. No. So what I normally do for this book, I make the presentation. It shows in the screen, and YouTube will see it. They are not going to have my PPT. Okay, fine. But YouTube, unless it's internal, only the university you use it for your students. That's okay. But YouTube is like everybody can use it. And my publisher, I have a contract. I cannot do that. Okay, fine, you do. So please. So YouTube is public, and they will use it for all kinds of purposes. Yeah, I'll do it. So this have to operate from here. That's a direct one. Oh, sorry, can you go back there? And also, please do not use your cell phone during the presentation. I'm supposed to do this as far as my publisher. The book is available. I will show you where you can get it. It's actually very easily available in India. So, but this is not a this is a commercial publisher. What do you call a trade publisher? They have very different rules than Oxford, Cambridge, and they basically have a non-disclosure agreement with me. Not to use too many advice PowerPoints, which gets copied. And how do I manipulate this? Yes. Right. So, so a lot of what I'm going to talk about is from the book, although I will frame it around the academic discourses, and I will have some slide about implications for IR theory and policy, which may not be in the book, but it is very important to take a look at the book to develop any ideas I present further, rather than from the street. So you just do it. Yeah, all right. Like this? Yeah, this. Just turn it up. So it's working, yeah. How do I go back to the beginning? No. With the section. Can you just go forward one back on that? Okay, it's okay. So this book is about world order. Today's lecture is actually to talk about the path and future of world order, present and future of world order, drawing from this book. And you have a little article from the New York Times, which I hope you have read. Have you read it? Those of you who read it, you will find it very easy. It's actually a 1,000-word summary of the whole book. I mean, and I also gave an interview with GIAN. So I'm hoping that you're right. People have read the New York Times article. You circulated, yeah. You circulated all the people. There was and the interview with international relations. It's a very good outlet. So of you what the published. They're very friendly to us students and so young faculty. But I always publish GIR in open download and there's no paywall. So you should personally read that and of 799 rupees. It's okay. Can you hear me? Oh, okay. That's what it, yeah. Uh, I'll do it. Go ahead. Okay. All right. So you should be able to get this book for 799. My publisher has an office in India, and they will be very happy to send it to you. Or you can just go to Gurgaon and buy the warehouse. I'm also giving a book talk at the India International Center on the 1st of August at 6 o'clock, which anybody is welcome. And that will be also about the book. And the book will be on sale there. So you can actually buy, and there will be probably a 20% discount on the 1st of August at 6 p.m. Right. So this is the British edition, and this is the American edition, and there is also an international edition which is sold in India. So how do I go? Go up, down, no, like this. Okay. So this is the international edition which is available in India. So you can see it's only a fraction of the actual cost. 799 like a cup of tea, right? These days. Uh, Starbucks probably charges you 7.99 for a cup of coffee. And this is 464 pages, 5,000 years of history, covering every single civilization from around 3000 BC to the present. No, all the regions. So there is Africa, there is the Americas, pre-Columbian Americas, Islam, China, India, Europe, the United States. The whole world is covered, and that's why it's a good value. And in some ways, it's a teaching tool because a lot of this, what I wrote here, came out of. First of all, actually, the origins of actual text was a GIAN lecture I gave at Jamia Millia Islamia in 2016, and we recorded that conversation for me only, professionally, and then we transcribed it with the help of the department Professor Rashmi Raiswami, a good, very capable person, and then so he sent it back to me, and I used that as a text. I build on, kept teaching, and mostly to undergraduates, first year students, but sometimes to higher level, honors level, and also master's level, but mostly undergraduates. And then it became a text. It became much more expansive. The original lectures are only focusing on China, India, Europe, Islam, United States, and the global South, but the expanded edition covers every region: Africa, Latin America, South Pacific, and the like. So it's a history of world order, and it will be a good value for a very cheap price. It's creating a lot of controversy. Okay. Um, the right wing people don't like it, and the liberal people love it, but academics and students like it. So that's the most important, my audience for that. Right. So these are the 5 key arguments in the book. Uh, so this is basically in a way to summarize the 464 pages. The first argument is probably the most important one. So I will go through them very quickly, but you would have this in the writings we circulated. The world order, broadly defined as ensuring stability and dispelling chaos. So chaos versus order. That's the traditional. Every civilization defines order as maintaining stability and dispelling the forces of chaos. That comes from Egyptian word isfat, the Pharaonic language word Mat versus Isfat. 3,000 years ago, that's what Pharaoh Mot, the founder of Egyptian first dynasty, uh, basically after conquering, it came from Upper Egypt, from the what is Sudan, Egypt valley. It conquered Lower Egypt, going towards Alexandria, unified Egypt, and then put a plaque called Narmer Palette, said King Narmer. The term pharaoh did not exist, it's much later. So King Narmer basically dispelling chaos and establishing order. Every civilization does the same thing. So forces of light and darkness, or demons and gods, or Darul Islam and Darul Harb. It's a little different, but there is always the Persians, Zoroastrians also talk about that. Christians talk about that. Every civilization has a conception of good and evil, and chaos and order, forces of light and darkness, and that's basically what my sense of all Americans talk about. And always Islam, terrorism, bad forces, and United States maintain stability in the whole world. And I discussed that in my book. The Europeans talk about civilized, uncivilized, forces of again prosperity and the forces of backwardness, forwardness. I know the post-colonials don't like binary, but that's too bad because binaries exist in every civilization. You cannot just bury your head in the sand and say we don't like binaries. But that's what the reality is. You can overcome the binaries, and that's what I end up by saying that the West versus the rest should go. But that doesn't mean you don't acknowledge it. That's not good scholarship. Okay. But I think the key idea is that it's not a monopoly of any civilization, but a shared creation. And how do I prove the idea of shared creation? Is I look at some of the core elements of world order. So, for example, empire. Empire is actually very big. And we are all children of empire. We all live in empires, right? Depends on which empire you're talking about. For the Mauryan Empire, the Mughal Empire, the Gupta Empire before that, and the British Empire. And India is an empire in many ways. So is the United States. So is China. So is almost every state is a product of an empire, of the legacy empire. So it doesn't sound good to say that, but it is the reality that without empire, we cannot understand world order today or the future. And also independence of states, which is anti-empire, post-colonial, anti-colonial. We want to break up the empire and become independent. So what do you call anarchy? System of independent states. So you have an international system where there is no empire, or it could be pre-empire, like the Indian republics before Maurya empire created the, or maybe the Nandas did it before, but the Mauryans basically created still one of the largest empires in India until the British. Only the Mughals under Aurangzeb managed to match it by going towards the Deccan. But otherwise, the Mauryan Empire is the most complete empire of India. And that's why when people say India is a British creation, you should laugh at it, ignorant, because there was a traditional conception of India also empire. The Chinese Qing Empire coming 100 years after the Mauryas unified China, getting rid of the warring states like the Zhou and the Qin. The Qin actually were like the Mauryas of India. The Qin were to China, what Mauryas was to India. So they got rid of all the independent states to create the empire. But that doesn't mean we can forget about the legacy of those independent states. But actually, neither India nor China created this system. It was Sumerians that created the system. So they had the first system of independent states. The Mayas had system of independent states. The Greeks came much later. Athens and Sparta, they created independent states. So that also is not a Western. Westphalia is the most developed form of system of independent states. So Westphalia came 1648, but they were preceded by a whole series of systems of independent states. So diplomacy, how to conduct diplomacy, very ancient invention. I can go back to the even 2000 BC, that millennia, third millennia BC. But the most concrete expression, the proof we have also in the moment was in the ancient Near East, 15th century BC. And around that time, Egypt and its neighbors conducted a very elaborate system of diplomacy. And it's called the Amarna diplomacy, after the Egyptian capital of the Middle Kingdom, so the New Kingdom, which headquarters to Amarna. So it's called the Amarna diplomacy, and it's well documented. We have a lot of cuneiform tablets of the correspondence and the like. I'll show you that. Free trade also not invented by the British, by the Americans. Certainly, it was actually in the Indian Ocean area for a long period of time in practice, and even sometimes documented. Humanitarian values, protecting people civilians in warfare, dismounted soldiers, humanitarian just war principles that you might have read in ancient India, in Mahabharata. Don't fight after dark, or don't kill an injured soldier, uh, do not harm civilians. Even some of these norms said don't use poisonous weapons, chemical weapons. And that's not only in Mahabharata, but also in Code of Manu and almost even in Kautilya. Despite being a realist, had very significant dose of humanitarian values. And you can find that in Islam, you can find that in Africa, find that every civilization, and of course Europe and the West. So what I'm saying is that the core foundations of world order, whether you are a realist and talk about empire and independence of states, whether a liberal talked about peace treaties, diplomacy, free trade, and or constructivists talk about humanitarian values, they all have multiple global origins, not the monopoly of any single country, a single state. And many of them were actually created before the rise of the West. The rise of the West in the so if it's the 16th century onwards. Uh, all these ideas were already there. Another thing I can add is the rational mode of inquiry. I'll talk about it, how the universe was created. Now, the only exception to this Western thing that when I say they were not invented in the West, by doing something wrong, the phone or something. Yeah. Um, so the only exception to that, what about Greece and Rome, right? Greece and Rome are also creators of some of these ideas, particularly ancient Greece. But that's true. But as I was saying yesterday, ancient Greece never saw itself as a part of the West. The West saw itself as the successor of ancient Greece. But ancient Greeks never thought of Europe or anybody else for that matter as part of it. No, there's no phone there. Phone is over there. I can move it. Otherwise, what's the period there? The phone is over there. If you want, I can turn it up. But you have ocean. So ancient Greece never really saw itself as part of the West. The modern West, not the original, until the Renaissance. Also, Europeans never thought ancient Greece as their ancestor. But after Renaissance and Enlightenment, Europeans looking for a kind of a ancestor civilization found Greece and Rome as the key. But even what the Greeks and Romans invented was not perfect. Greek democracy was not a perfect democracy. So all these ideas I'm talking about, none of them are perfectly similar to what we have today. But they were similar to the Athenian democracy, which was, I would call it 12.7% democracy. That's the number of people who could vote in the area, or democracy without liberty. But we still give credit to Greek for democracy. But despite having a very perfect number form. But there are many of these ideas were developed maybe in foundational, so-called imperfect form, but some actually in very developed. This idea of humanitarian values of a just war, not harming civilians in a combat, not harming soldiers who have surrendered or have been afflicted with disease or even sorrow, not harming them, is much more developed in ancient India than than today in the Geneva Conventions, and they was actually obeyed. Not because India is peaceful. India was never a very peaceful country, but it's precisely the point. You have rules and norms to manage conflict so that it doesn't lead to total chaos and breakdown. So, as some Indian scholars who are actually real historians, as opposed to people, pundits that talk about history, so India was not a peaceful country, but it invented and developed principles and norms to manage conflict peacefully. There's a big difference. No civilization is peaceful. So all civilizations have elements of attraction and ugliness, peace and violence. So to say that we don't have a peace gene, we have a peace gene. The Chinese leader Xi Jinping sometimes says that Chinese have a peace gene. That's nonsense. So is the Indians when they say we're totally peaceful. We're not. but there are ways of managing conflict peacefully. And I think India provides the best example of that, by far the best example. Because these norms, and I will talk about in a moment, it's in the New York Times article, please read that. The New York Times was fascinated by this example. That's the credit that India should get. Okay, but a lot of civilizations get credit for a lot of different things. So moving on then, that's the first and core point, that civilization, sorry, world order is not a monopoly, but a shared creation. With a lot of these elements came from multiple places, sometimes in similar forms, sometimes in different forms, but then the later on coalesced as the world became more connected, ideas could travel, and so they influence each other. The West was influenced by the rest, or you can say Europe was influenced by China, India, Islam, and later on Europeans also influenced their colonies and ex-colonies. So it's a mutual construction of world order rather than a singular monopolistic construction of world order. And that is really the key message of the book. Through its all the chapters, I go through all the civilizations, what is their main creation, how is it similar or different from others, and what impact it may have for today. That's what I would cover in my 14 chapters, including the introduction and conclusion. Now, there are a number of subsidiary arguments, one including more later period. So the rise of the West depended on Europe's borrowing of ideas and innovations from non-Western civilizations, and of course, extracting resources like gold and silver from Latin America, human resources, slaves from Africa, and also manufactured items from India, which was the largest manufacturer in the world around the time, the height of the Mughal Empire, the largest country in the world. But a lot of that because we had a large population and was a leading manufacturer of cotton clothing. Cotton that created the initial basis for the British Industrial Revolution. The British imported cotton from India, cotton textiles, to the British East India Company, then banned the import because they wanted to give British manufacturers time. It's like protectionism, the Calico Acts, time to develop their own manufacturing. Initially, basically borrowing from Indian technology, and within a few decades, India goes from being number one cotton textile manufacturer, also number one economy, to zero, less than 5% of the world economy, and Britain becomes the largest exporter of textiles in the world, and cotton textiles, and it founded the British Industrial Revolution, and of course the European Industrial Revolution. So that's one example that I discuss in the book, but there are many such examples. For ideas of world order, ideas of philosophy, not talking about scientific ideas, ideas about empire, ideas about monarchy, many of these ideas of world order, humanitarian values, also the West borrowed. Philosophy is a very major example, and that's where Islam played a very key role. We'll talk about it. In fact, there's a book going around by this William Dalrymple about India. It only tells you, I don't particularly like playing off one civilization against another, but actually the philosophical ideas from the Islamic world are far more significant in the rise of the West. The invention of zero is important. I think it's very important, but there are a lot more ideas that came from Middle East and what is today's Middle East, the Islamic world, which also covered India, by the way. Non-Western societies, global South, coming more toward the contemporary period, have never been passive beneficiary, but active contributors or creators of post-World War II order. So what we call the liberal international order, America did everything, not true. If you actually look at the UN documents, you do the research, you'll find the global South countries, there were majority, I think I might have mentioned this yesterday, about 30 participants in the San Francisco conference to draft the UN Charter are actually from what we call today global South, including India, represented by the Viceroy, one person from the Viceroy's Council. So under British Empire, but was allowed to, because of Americans specifically, President Roosevelt wanted India to participate independently. It was not completely independent because the person who went from to represent India was the Council of the Viceroy, Advisory Council or Executive Council. Same for Philippines, but they did play a role. I mean, those people from India, Philippines played a role, but you can see that even the committees were chaired in most cases by white Westerners and men, basically. The representatives of colonial or post-colonial societies played a very important role in modifying, altering texts, challenging, where there is a racism or ethnocentrism. I gave you the example of Mrs. Hansa Mehta, who actually said we cannot have all men are created equal. We should have all human beings are created equal. She did that not at San Francisco, but in the United Nations Human Rights Committee. But they did that kind of role, creating language and protesting exclusion of certain things. They couldn't do everything. The racism and colonialism not mentioned much in the UN Charter, and because the documents, if you look at the actual documents, the debate was there, but finally it didn't get through. So that brings me to uh, this point, that many of the ideas we have in the UN system and the multilateral system, including racial equality, including anti-colonial norms, including human rights norms and human rights, they were actually contributed after the UN Charter, and largely because of the leadership of global South countries. And that includes India as well. At that time, Nehru was a big champion. Bandung Conference, Asia Africa Conference, defined the norm of racial equality. It's not sovereign equality, but racial equality. And that language was adopted by the UN in form of a special resolution much later. Okay, so whatever was the gap in the UN Charter when it comes to anti-colonialism, anti-racism, or gender equality was filled in human rights at initially in conferences among the global South countries or post-colonial states, and Bandung Conference is absolutely essential for that. But other regional organizations, and then they got adopted into the UN system in the form of human rights covenants, declarations on racial equality, and the like. So it is wrong to say factually that global South countries were passive and just benefiting from Western leadership. It's not a normative, politically correct thing for me to say. It's actually a fact. And the reason why we don't know much about it is because many people don't do the research, and those who do, small group of very dedicated scholars, they don't have the reach. So you need to integrate this. Again, we are talking about post-colonialism. Post-colonialism is not just about ex-colonial countries or colonialism. It's also about whole world order. When you talk about Bandung Conference, the conference of Asia and African countries, right? Well, the Asia played a more important role than Africa, because most African countries were under colonial. I think all African countries, unless you consider Egypt, but the sub-Saharan Africa, the first sub-Saharan Africa country that became independent was Ghana in 1956, 57. So Bandung happened in 55. So Nkrumah was inspired by Bandung, but he couldn't attend Bandung because the British prevented him from coming to Bandung because he was still under British dominion, not British colony, but dominion. So what happened then? The global South countries fill in the gaps and advance ideas that were already there or neglected. Because Winston Churchill had said we cannot discuss colonialism in the UN, San Francisco. If we do, Britain will not participate because Britain still had lots of colonies, including India. So the Americans went along, and because Britain still was a big honcho at that time, so colonialism gets very hardly any mention. I have a chart. You can see there are less than 10 or 20 mentions of colonialism and race in the UN Charter, 21 volumes of that San Francisco conference. But the global South countries who could not have their say in every area did that afterwards. When they become independent, whether it's the Bandung conference, the Nkrumah organized the first Pan-African conference, the non-alignment later, which is an outgrowth of these movements, Pan-African, Pan-Asian, Africa-Asia Conference. They advocated these ideas, and because of the increasingly becoming the numerical majority, they were able to adopt resolutions to give it the force of multilateral norms. Okay, so there are many other examples of agency, but this is one example. Never forget the majority of countries in San Francisco conference were from today's global south. And the decline of Western dominance doesn't mean the end of world order. So a lot of people think that the world order is collapsing today. Now, it started initially 20, 25 years ago as a kind of a concern in the West about its own relative decline. And the United States also had this debate about whether America is declining or not. Then it becomes a concern with what we call today as the liberal international order. You know, the liberal international order. It's a very stylized way of talking about American-led post-World War II world order, created and put through multilateral institutions, free trade, and democracy. Now, that order looked very alive and well in 2014. When Barack Obama was president, Hillary Clinton was waiting in the wings after being Secretary of State. Trump was not in the horizon as a serious candidate for presidency. So just 10 years ago, 2015, the liberal international order looked alive and well. Not only alive and well, people thought it will last for a very long time. It will co-opt challenges like China and India. So China and India have benefited a lot, which is true, by the way, from the liberal order, but they will also support it. What they forgot is that China and India might have benefited from it, but mostly in the economic sense, not the political and security sense. India was always in the receiving end of American diplomacy. India's best friend was the Soviet Union, not the United States, especially when it comes to India-Pakistan conflict. China, of course, was always threatened with a nuclear bomb by the Americans during Korean War. So how did they benefit from the liberal order comprehensively? Economically, they did, but only after the Deng Xiaoping reforms and Manmohan Singh reforms in the two countries. So one should not dismiss this idea that they're completely on the receiving end, on the wrong side, or well, they were on the wrong side, but they did not benefit. But at the same time, they did not benefit in every area. And that's the reason why when I wrote a book in 2014 called The End of American World Order, I made that point. Just because they have benefited from economic side more recently, they didn't do it before. Means they have benefited in the security or political sense, and even if they benefited overall, it doesn't mean they're going to support the liberal order, not have their own voice. So, going back to the point I was making, the big point, that first we thought about the decline of the world order, Western dominance, with the rise of China and India. Then we talk about only recently, after Trump, the end of the liberal international order. And now we're talking about the end of world order completely. That whole world is collapsing. So my book in 2014 was the first book ever to say America is not declining. We don't know that as a country, but the order it built is declining. It's ending. So the end of American world order did not mean the end of American dominance or American primacy or America as number one, but the liberal international order. The cover of the book says the liberal order it built is ending. That's the first time anybody mentioned the liberal order ending in 2014. Just 2 years before Trump coming into campaign. Nobody else believed it at that time. Now everybody, that's the conventional wisdom. I still don't think the United States is declining as much as people think. The United States remains number one in the world overall, security, economics, finance, technology. If you bring those four things, forget about soft power or values. But if you look at economic power, particularly financial power, security, alliances, security power projection, military power projection ability, look about technology, and you look at the uh, yes, technology and more advanced technology, AI, artificial intelligence, all these indices of power, if you combine them, United States still leads the world and will likely to lead for quite some time. But the order it built is gone. So you might think what has happened, Trump is, reviving America, right? So coercing China, coercing Japan, coercing Indonesia, Philippines, and now European Union to have a deal. Well, that proves my point that America may not be declining. It has a lot of coercive power. But this is not the order that it built. It's not the liberal order based on reciprocity, mutual benefit, and norms of free trade. This is not free trade. This is not democracy. This is not uh, multilateralism. So, proves my point. What Trump is doing is basically exactly what I said. America may or may not be declining, but the order it built is declining. So the new order could be transactional. The new order could be something else. I call it multiplex. But certainly, it doesn't mean the end of world order. It's the end of the liberal order. There could be a new kind of order, and we can debate. I can talk about it. What is the new order? Is it a spheres of influence? It could be multipolarity. It could be China-US bipolarity, or my own idea of a multiplex. That we can debate. But there is no question that the liberal order is gone. It may remain as a rump, one small part of what we see today, but it's not the hegemonic dominant order that we used to think. Not earlier, sorry, even less than 10 years ago, not more than 10 years ago. And finally, the future. So what comes in the future? So I call it multiplex, not multipolar. There's a reason for it. It's not unipolar. Polarity, generally go away from polarity. So substitute polarity with complexity. What we have is not just the world order determined by economic power, military power, but types of interdependence, ideas, norms, leadership, different levels of cooperation and conflict, global, regional, multilateral, and minilateral. World is complex, not a simple world where you have two superpowers calling the shots, or you have one uh, United States liberal hegemon or unipolar. You have so many different actors and complexity that it's not even multipolar because it's not about great powers alone. Great powers is basically the main actors in multipolarity. We have non-state actors, regional powers, so a proliferation of actors and forms of cooperation that is not captured by multipolar, which is a great power club basically. So that world is multiplex, where leadership and influence are spread among different powers, regions, and civilizations. Very different from any definition of multipolar or unipolar or bipolar. So basically, these are the key points that I want to make. I do make in the book, and I want to pay attention to when you take a look at the book. So I will now go through a few examples in the next 10 to 15 minutes that illustrates this what I call a shared creation. And again, you can only make sense of it when you read the book and go into the details of it. So I talked about shared creation. These are the 10. I selected them very arbitrarily. There are many such innovations uh, that laid the foundation of contemporary world order that came from societies other than the West. Some of them did come from Italy, especially the rising West, minus Greece and Rome. But even including Greece and Rome, you can also make this argument. So independent state system I mentioned, diplomacy and peace treaties. Uh, Persia created the first universal empire with tolerance of other religions and ethnic groups. Ancient India Joshua principles, head of Geneva Conventions or Magna Carta. Chinese public service system was emulated by the British from India. British East India Company first emulated public service examination, just like your civil service here. Like anybody can appear. I don't know that that's still true, but it's not based on heredity like before. That if you the kings and queens want to recruit officials, and they will first turn to the nobility. So the son or a daughter of a noble class, property class, a serf, a lord, rather than go to the common people. And the Chinese are the first civilization that created a civil service, or they call it public service, where anybody can go and take a test, just like the way you do. Prepare, drive yourself crazy, and then you will have a week of examination, different levels, like you have state level, prelims, final. They also had something similar. You can go to the county level, the state level, and then go to the national level. And that's the cruelest, most difficult. You sit in this little cubicle, um, you have a little, while you have your writing ink, and I think when they got paper, they had paper, and you have read all the classics, like all the Confucian classics in particular. You'll be tested on that. Questions will come from that. Questions are hidden. Nobody knows what the questions are going to be. There will be examiners, and there will be the big security everywhere. Nobody's allowed in. Nobody's allowed out for the duration of the exam. Only except bathroom breaks, and somebody will probably accompany you to the bathroom. And you answer the question, and it is marked by a committee, uh, totally anonymously. Your names are erased from the paper. Nobody knows who wrote this. They have an elaborate system of preventing that. Then the results are announced. It's just like, you see the pictures, people going and looking at the wall, the names are there. And those who passed, ecstatic. They go to their home. And I think I had a friend in JNU who got into one of the civil service, IAS, and he in Darbhanga or somewhere. He was telling me when he got IAS, when there people came, village came from the railway station, heard him, and singing and dancing, because it's such a big thing. That's exactly what the Chinese did before, until the Qing dynasty. If you pass the exam, the village will celebrate, your family will celebrate, because from zero to become hero, your life is set. You will be a magistrate, a commissioner. The remarkable thing is, China's emperor had nothing to do with this. Not even aware of who was getting. Sometimes the emperor will look at some papers. If the examiner say, this is a fantastic paper, you should hire this person because it can help your administration. But it was completely meritocratic. So don't dismiss when people say China's meritocracy is a chimera. No, it's not. And the British saw this, the French saw this, because during those times, the French were trying to be a democracy from the ancient regime, but they had no choice. Every time they want to hire somebody to the civil service, the same nobility, the ancient regime, the children would sort of come in. Voltaire and others thought, no, we should adopt the Chinese system. The Jesuits had passed that knowledge to them. I said, well, this is how we produce change. We don't depend on the nobility, because the nobility will never change the system. They will perpetuate the system, right? So they also adopted this. But the British did it in a very systematic way, because the East India Company in India had an office in Canton, which is Guangzhou, where my wife was born, and we have been there a few times. They thought, oh, Chinese are we don't have to rely on so the same British aristocracy is notorious, right? So they monopolize everything. And most of them, there was a British cabinet minister, treasury minister, who have a quote. I'll make sure you some point that the British system of recruiting public servants is so antiquated that almost any idiot can become a civil servant just because you are born in the right family. They can't read or write, but we have to hire them because we don't have the system. So they studied the Chinese system initially from East India Company, which then introduced the system to their offices in London, Halesbury, where East India Company had a training institute. The British government got to know about this. They reformed the civil service in the 1860s. Americans got the idea from the British. They also knew about China, but China is not to be trusted. But they said, the advocates of civil service reform in the US in the late 19th century thought, if our friends from Britain can do this, and we got our constitution and democracy from Britain, if British can learn from China, why can't we? That's how they did it. So the modern West, the modern world owes this. open meritocratic recruitment to civil service from ancient China. And that is a key foundation of world order. Rational bureaucracy, rational here means not based on heredity, is a foundation of world order. For me, the Chinese contribution to world order is not the gunpowder printing press. Those are important. What people miss is this is very important. So I try to look at things that people often miss. Then West of Islamic philosophy, I'll talk about it in a slide. The idea of rationality. The world was created not by God, but also by forces of nature, or maybe by both, trying to reconcile natural with divine creation, which helped the Catholic Church, which fought the orthodoxy of the Catholic Church um, when at a time when the European rationalists were trying to challenge the divine creationism of the Catholic Church and said the world was created by natural forces, so maybe the Pope and the God doesn't have so much influence. And they were reviving an ancient Greek philosophy, which had passed from them to the Islamic world. And Islamic world had philosophers from Persia, from Arab, from North Africa, from Morocco. They developed this into a very systematic philosophy called the doctrine of the eternity of the world. And that got translated back, in a sense, from Greek to Islamic world, back to uh, not to Greece per se, but to Europe. That gave ammunition to the European scholars, philosophers, to carry on their fight against the Catholic Church. And finally, they prevailed. So we have Enlightenment, we have Renaissance. And the property right in West Africa, very similar. There are a few ways of having property, and you cannot just appropriate property. I'll talk about this. The Mongols in the Indian Ocean have created connectivity, first globalization over land, over sea, and that's what benefited the Europeans. Not only benefited Eurasian countries, Indian Ocean countries, but Europeans. Then the pre-Columbian civilizations, I talked about independent states in Maya, Inca, and Inca was an empire but very decentralized, like the Gupta Empire in India. Iroquois North American in New York and Canada, that area, peaceful coexistence, confederacy, having models for long-term stability. And then post-colonial nations created norms of determination, racial equality, and multilateralism. Now, I discuss many of these, all of this, and plus many more in the book to prove. Now, I am not saying the non-West created everything. The West also created a lot of things, but this whole idea of West and non-West is very artificial. So there's no such distinction before 18th century. So there was a continuous process of mutual learning, whether in conflict or cooperation. I'm not saying there were no conflicts, okay? But conflicts were also time of confusion. So the Crusades, for example, was a time when a lot of Europeans got to know about Islamic religion, Islamic philosophy. And of course, the ones that were blinded by faith, they fought. But they brought in also philosophers came in, translators came in to Syria, for example, which was the Levant area, which is where in the old age people could be trilingual. They could speak Pharaonic Egyptian, they could speak Greek, they could speak Arabic, and they could actually erect the Rosetta Stone, and they could translate. Then similar translations happened in Cordoba in Spain. So where Arabic texts were translated back into, well, not back per se, but into Latin and especially to French, medieval French. So those things actually happened a lot throughout the history. I talk about this, the circulation of knowledge, shared creation through circulation, and sometimes through independent innovation. Some civilizations did things on their own without learning from each other. So that's the story of world order. And if you want to know more, there's a lot more in the book. Now, in terms of time, I have time for the examples. Another 10 minutes before I go to other part. So this is talking about the first peace treaty. So this is one of the clauses of the Kadesh Treaty, Treaty of Kadesh, which was fought between Ramses II, the great pharaoh of Egypt, and initially was fought by another Hittite king, but the treaty was signed by his successor between Ramses and him, Hattusilis. So 1259. The war was fought 15 years, 16 years before. So among the many principles is the non-aggression. The prince of Hatti shall not trespass against the land of Egypt. Reciprocal, ruler of Egypt shall not trespass against the land of Hatti. So there are many others, mutual, not interfering in each other's domestic affairs, not just foreign aggression, and extradition. If a bad person, like a terrorist or a killer from Egypt, killed somebody and went across the border to the Hittite kingdom, the Hittite ruler will not give asylum. Send that person back to Egypt for prosecution. So you have extradition. Same thing also if something happened against the Hittite ruler, went to Egypt, Egyptian Pharaoh will send him back. There is also alliance. If Egypt is attacked by a third party, let's say Babylon or Assyria, which was a big bully at that time, so the king of Hatti will send forces to support Egypt. If Hatti is attacked by, say, Mitanni, which is also a big bully at that time, I mean, they're all bullies and also great powers, the Egyptians will support Hatti. So see, NATO, US, Japan treaty, many more, but those are some of the key examples of reciprocity, mutual assistance, also non-aggression and non-interference. Now, this is almost so strikingly similar to modern principles of this did not happen in Europe. It came from what we call today the Near East, the Amana system, and it's documented. No, we're not imagining these things. It's in cuneiform tablets in Akkadian language, translated. Copies are available. One of them is actually written in well, the tablets are actually in Istanbul Archaeological Museum. I have photos of that. I have an article in Foreign Policy magazine that reproduces those photos. Just came out a few days ago. And then there is also, if you go to the Karnak Temple or the Ramesseum in Egypt, Ramses II built a fort, and in the back of it, this treaty is written. So it's not false, okay? Not fake news. It's it's a real thing. So another example, Mare Liberum, freedom of the seas. We credit it to Grotius, who was actually hired by the Dutch lawyer to defend the looting of Portuguese ship of Singapore in 1603, but the Dutch went to establish their own monopoly. Now, why the Dutch looted the Portuguese ship? Because the Portuguese were denying them right to trade in the Indies. The Portuguese were here first, right? Calicut, Goa, Malacca. They established a main naval power projection in both in India and also in Malacca, power projection base basically. They harassed shipping. They would not allow traders to trade with each other. They wanted a protection money cut. They said, you sell it to us, we'll sell it to your trader. As opposed to, say, India selling to Malacca, Malacca selling to Malacca, or Makassar selling spices to Europe via Malacca. The Portuguese said, you sell it to us, and we will sell it for you. We'll give you a share of the profit. And the Portuguese didn't like it. So the Dutch did not like it. They were the second to come to the Indian Ocean, and they attacked the Shanka Portuguese ship. There's a long story about it. And the whole thing went to court, arbitration in the Admiralty in Amsterdam. So the BOC, the Dutch hired a young lawyer called Hugo Grotius, or the Groot. And he wrote a brief called The Right of the Dutch to Trade in the Indies. And chapter of that became Mare Liberum. Basically said, well, sea is free. But where did he get the idea? Because there was no freedom of seas in the Mediterranean. Mediterranean Sea was parceled out, belonged to different cities, different city-states, Venice, Genoa, and even in the Hanseatic League in Europe, Britain said, this is my sea, this is your sea, just like we claim territorial sea. The Indian Ocean had no concept of territorial sea. The jurisdiction of the empires stopped on land. Everybody could trade. There were no empires controlling trade like the British did or the Americans did later as a great power. The free trade here was controlled by small city-states: Malindi, Jeddah, Mogadishu, Aden, Hormuz, Calicut. None of them are empires, right? And Masaliputam, with Tamra there, which is Odisha Bengal border, Malacca, Sumatra, and then it went to the north, the Chinese, Japanese area. But the Indian Ocean part was completely managed by small port city states, no hegemon. So think about, you don't need a hegemon to have free trade. And political science has recognized this. I have another book with a colleague from a student called Comparing Mediterranean and Indian Ocean. Even political science like Stephen Krasner have challenged the idea that only the hegemon can provide free trade. In fact, hegemons don't provide free trade. Small states do, because their life depends on it. And they did it very remarkably. Grotius did not invent free trade. He knew about this. This was the case about the Indian Ocean. He had access to documents the Dutch provided to learn about what's happening in the Indian Ocean. He might have consulted some practices with the Mediterranean. As I said, you can have trade in the Mediterranean freely only if you are a subject of the Roman Empire or Byzantine Empire, right? Similarly, the Hanseatic League could you have free trade if your bosses permit you. In the Indian Ocean, there was no empire, didn't need anybody's permission. Anybody could trade as long as you pay customs duty. So small states, even from my home state of Odisha, traders went to Malacca. It's mentioned in to these documents. They didn't were sent by the king. They were private traders. Most of this was private little traders. Some of them are big traders. And anybody is welcome. Malacca had more than 80 languages, communities. The trade was managed not by the Sultan, but by a committee of 10 people, including Kalingans and Arabs, Chinese, Javanese. They decided the rules of the trade, not the Sultan. Sultan never interfered in this trade. That's free trade for you. That system existed for about 1,000 years. And then come Grotius, writes a treaty, and we call him the father of liberalism or freedom of sea. And he's also a founder of the liberal international order, liberal internationalist. But what he did was help the Dutch to make their case against the Portuguese. But he was on the payroll of the Dutch East India Company, as is the captain of the ship who sank the Portuguese ship, was a cousin of Grotius, the family thing almost. And the Dutch went to establish a bigger monopoly than the Portuguese, much more powerful monopoly, because the Portuguese were never a great power. The Dutch were a great power. They started doing the same thing. We can't trade with each other, trade it to us. When he did that, the Sultan of Makassar, sorry, I'm going one step ahead. I have to go back. Okay. Sultan of Makassar, well, old name was Goa. Makassar was the capital of Goa. God made the land and the sea. The land he divided among men, and the sea gave in common. It has never been heard that anyone could be forbidden to sell the seas. So that's freedom of trade, I see for you. It's documented. Malacca's laws are documented. There is a law, maritime laws of Malacca, 15th century. Again, written by sea captains, not by pundits or scholars. The people who actually trade wrote this down. Okay, so there you go. Then we go to a couple of more examples, and I talked about humanitarian values. Well, this is very clear. Compare Geneva Conventions, not harming soldiers who have laid down their arms or have been rendered inactive by sickness, wounds, detention. Then you have in Code of Manu. The Manu has some bad qualities. I mean, he did not recognize women, so we criticize him fairly. We should, but this is a code. He didn't write it. This is actually in practice. So you will find echoes of that even in Kautilya, not harming non-combatants, which are arch realists. You'll find that in Mahabharata. So we find the most documented and consolidated sort of a legal form is in Code of Manu. Okay, this is not endorse what everything Manu said, but if you find that, and there may not be, this is a person called Manu. It's a code that came from generations of actual practice. So don't harm soldiers he fights with his foes in battle, who has surrendered, who has sat down, who says, I'm yours, who sleeps, who is disarmed, whose weapons are broken, who is wounded, and who is fleeing in fear. And there is also other parts of that that don't use poisonous weapons. Uh, so use of poisonous weapons is not right in battle. Okay, so that doesn't mean it was not violated, but the rules are there. And not because India was a very peaceful country, but because there was so much war that these sort of rules actually to reduce violence and control violence. Property rights. We give credit to Magna Carta. Property right is the basis of human rights. No property can be confiscated without lawful judgment, payment for property, compensation for property, inheritance must be respected. Look at the Mandan Charter. About the same time in Mali, the Empire of Mali, one of the largest empires in the world at that time. There are 5 ways of acquiring property: buying, donation, exchange, work, inheritance. Any other form without convincing testimony is doubtful. The only difference is that it was not written in paper, although Kuruk and Fuga is stone, but it was laid down and was passed on verbally from generations. Like a lot of knowledge about Vedas in India is from oral history. That doesn't mean they're wrong. They have been distorted. The Magna Carta also, after it was proclaimed, it was nullified by the Pope about a decade later. Pope said basically, this is a coercion against the king, who is a good disciple of the Pope. And these are illegal serfs having a sword or gun or what? There's a sword or club, telling, look, standing behind, maybe out of respect, but out of threat. Look at how they're looking. And the king is being forced to sign this. And the Pope said, you cannot do that. Null and void in perpetuity. So they have to redo it over and over again before it became part of the British legal tradition. Whereas Sundiata Keita, the leader of the Malinke people who founded Mali Empire, goes there, sits there, and says, this is an imaginary drawing, right? But you can imagine how this happened because there's a lot of research done on it. It's a UNESCO translation of this. Basically, everybody, all the warriors, clan is there, said these are the laws, these are the rules. I've only selected 5. Very humanitarian principle, was by its old time, very, very progressive. Everybody has a right to life. Okay. Preservation of physical integrity. Women should be associated with all our management. Do not ill treat the slaves. Do not do wrong to foreigners. Before setting fire to the bush, don't look at the ground. Raise your head in the direction of the top of the trees. If they don't bear fruits or flowers. Now, and of course, the most important thing. So again, it's not like Magna Carta that we don't have a document from that period, but it's there. So these are proto foundations. And the Magna Carta, by the way, benefited only those guys, the big landowning class, the lords. It did not benefit at all the peasant. In fact, it led to further exploitation of peasants because now they have property rights. So nobody can take away their property. So they can do whatever they want to do. So it empowered the aristocracy against the peasantry. Whereas the Uruk and Fuga, Mandan Charter, benefited everybody, not just the landed class or the upper class or the nobility. So I think this is, nobody knows about this. In fact, some of my African friends get puzzled and startled when I say this. And finally, I will say one more thing and then we stop. So I talk about rational mode of inquiry, God or nature. Now, it's a bit tricky, right? We all have beliefs in God, Christianity, most Islam, Hindu, but philosophy is about questioning, rational mode of inquiry, not basically rejecting or accepting, but debating. That's what Amartya Sen said, argumentative Indian. So this is an example of philosophy. And it also existed in Rig Veda, has a passage about who created the world and God came afterwards, the world was created. But we have also very substantial evidence from the literature about the late antiquity, early medieval period, middle period, and the role of Islamic philosophers. Now, Aristotle and the Greeks had this idea of natural creation. The Greeks were kind of always complex. So they also believe in God, oracles, very superstitious, but they also have scientists and they also have philosophers who say that world was created and is driven by natural forces, including earth, water, fire, and of course all kinds of non-god-like forces. Now that idea had died out with the destruction of Greek civilization by the Romans and the takeover of Christianity. When the Byzantine Empire was founded, Eastern Roman Empire, after the destruction of the Western Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire also controlled Greece. And one of the first things they did was to close down the Academy of Athens, the academy where Plato, Aristotle created these ideas. So everything became subject to the orthodoxy of the Christian religion, not only in Byzantine Empire, but also in the Catholic doctrine, not the now what we call the Orthodox Christianity, but also in the original Catholic Christianity. So the God universe was created by God in a single act of creation out of nothing. Now, the Islamic philosophers are very deeply influenced by the Greeks. No question about it. They preserved, they translated a lot of Greek texts, as they did Indian and Chinese texts, but nothing like the translations of the Greek text. In a place called House of Wisdom in Baghdad in the 9th century, and Caliph al-Mamun basically bought a lot of books, collected a lot of books, had a whole bunch of translators. Many of them are trilingual, translated from Egypt, but especially bilingual, Greeks to Arabic and vice versa. And they preserved this knowledge. And when the Abbasid Caliphate moved to, first it was the Umayyads, and then the Abbasid Caliphate. The Umayyads moved to Spain, to Cordoba in particular. They also created their own translation, but that was kind of a retranslation. So they they allowed translations of text from Arabic to Latin and French and vulgar English, or medieval English, so to speak, vulgar French and medieval English. So because Spain is so close to the Europeans, heart of the Renaissance, before the Renaissance happened, translators could come in droves, and Cordoba was a very progressive, inclusive place. They did a lot of translation to European languages. So the knowledge passed on. But the Greeks were not, the Arabs were not just, or the Muslim philosophers are not just translating, they were also creating. And many of the texts they interpreted, advanced, and also created new ideas. So don't think of them as just translators. They also, translation is very important, but also they were creators. And this is not just about philosophy, but about a whole bunch of other things. But science, medicine, astronomy, you have navigation, agriculture, and the like. This is a very important thing because the whole world today we call rational thinking. So there was this Ibn Rushd, Averroes to Christians, in Latin version. He stepped in, he translated, not translated, he interpreted. Translation is not the right word. It's not, we don't know whether he could actually translate directly from Greek texts. But he was able to read Arabic. Of course, he is very proficient. He was a judge, and he interpreted in a way that was very much acceptable to the Christians. The European philosophers in Paris, Bologna, and Oxford were trying to challenge the Catholic Church. And then Thomas Aquinas, who was trying to find the middle ground, not antagonizing the church, but not also antagonizing the philosophers, because he happened to be the dean of the School of Divinity in the University of Paris, the most important university at that time. So he tried to borrow ideas from people like Ibn Rushd that say, we should not have to be either or. There is something from natural. You should pay attention to this, whether you accept it or not. So that's why this Nicholas Pelham writes in The Economist, I buy that. Without the 12th century rationalist Ibn Rushd, the defense of Aristotelian philosophy against orthodox theologians, influencing people like Aquinas, enlightenment might not have happened. You might think it's a little exaggeration, but it's actually not. If you look at the next slide, when you have some of these things that are translated from Oriental or Asian languages, and mostly from from Greece, Greek language, and also from something from India as well. Algebra, this one particularly, Jizal in Hind. That's what zero was translated to this to Arabic and become Arabic numerals, which are really Indian numerals, came from GIAN to the court of the Abbasids. Right. Surya Siddhanta and the other text. So you will find many examples. This is just a small example of sampling of many, many texts. And some of them, those texts, Greek texts, survived only in Arabic, not in the original form. And sometimes originals are found, but before that, the Europeans had already known about, like Aristotle's metaphysics. The first knowledge Europe got of metaphysics was in Arabic. Arabic texts translated into French or Latin. Similarly, you will find that uh, it's a little bit like Buddhism in India today. Many Buddhist texts were lost in India but survived in Chinese translation. The Chinese have taken a lot of that, translated, and ironically, sometimes we know about Indian Buddhist texts, Sanskrit Buddhist texts, to retranslation. So that's how knowledge circulates. Okay. So this is the break point. I give you some examples to prove my point of shared creation. There is many more from Americas, from Africa. Well, I gave one example from Africa, but we can talk about it. And then the second part, I'll talk about the modern world order, how this is being influenced, where is it going? And that'll be a smaller part of the book. There's only a couple of chapters in this, but I should still go through it. So you want to take some questions, or you want to take a break and come back? Either way, it's fine with me. Take 2 questions and then you can break. So just take a 4 to 5 questions, maybe. Yeah.
Don't you think that world order is not a two-page, but it is a gray area? Because we have seen regarding the knowledge sharing, we all know that Chinese concealed the knowledge of paper. They concealed the knowledge of regarding the knowledge of. They also concealed tea.
See any difference between that? I mean, as I said, war, like crusades, were the time of kind of a knowledge transfer. When the Mongols conquered Eurasia, they transferred a lot of Chinese knowledge back to Europe. So empire is part of it, but there is also a lot of times when knowledge transfers without empire. The Buddhist ideas passed to China without Indian empire going to China or Chinese emperor getting involved in this. When Xuanzang came to India, it was against the will of the emperor. He was afraid of being arrested. And so he took shelter in a place called Turfan I visited recently. Emperor's empire had nothing to do with it. The Indian idea is going to Southeast Asia, to Malaysia, and well, basically Java, Thailand, so-called, but Cambodia, Indianization within quotes of Southeast Asia was almost entirely peaceful. No empire was involved. The Cholas had a couple of raids in Southeast Asia uh, against Srivijaya, but that's only one example, two examples in the 11th century, but no empire was involved. Sorry? Yeah, you can have sharing without empire, but you can also do through empire. War can happen as a mode of transmission, but you don't need sharing. A lot of ideas actually invented independently. So the Inca, I didn't have time to go into it. They built an empire very similar to the decentralized empire that we have in under the Guptas, and also Persia, and to some extent Mongols, leaving provinces independent. They didn't learn it from Eurasia. They did it on their own. There is a possibility that the Incas might have the civilization of the Andes civilization might have also invented zero on their own without getting it from India. Just like cultivating crops, cotton was grown here in Egypt and in Peru. without any proof of any contact. So don't make everything as a sharing doesn't mean diffusion. Sharing means also having similar ideas uh, in different locations on your own. Why? Because we are talking about human civilization. Sometimes we have similar problems and we find similar solutions. Empire is a classic example. Every part of the world had empire, with possible exception of North America before the United States. But that doesn't mean they learned it from each other. They did it because there's a problem of anarchy, a problem of chaos, and we have to expand territory. It's a human ambition. So similarly, humanitarian values as a way of regulating conflict, well, it's a practical solution to a problem that's faced by all. Trade. Every civilization, to be civilized, actually have to do trade. Some of them do freely, some of them less freely, privately, publicly. But in economic interdependence is a shared idea. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. Republic. We have republics in India, republics in Peru, sorry, in Maya, republics in Sumer, where like succession doesn't come through heredity. It can be semi-elected, clan-based, but not directly hereditary. Roman Republic, uh, Greeks. So there's no evidence that they all learn from each other. So because it's the idea that is to solve the problem of violence, you don't have to always create an empire. So that's another form of cooperation, coercion. But you can keep the states independent and let them manage their relationships through norms and respect and communication as the Westphalian European states. So I'm saying that don't think of everything as diffusion. It's a very attractive term. A lot of books have been written about diffusion, like Silk Roads or the book about how the world met the West, uh, Josephine Quinn. I have no problems with that, but not everything is diffusion. A lot of it is independent creation in different parts of the world because facing similar problems. There are a lot of similarities between the American Indians preserve their environment and the Aboriginal state in Australia, Australian Aborigines, the term. So that's my point. Sharing doesn't mean uh, learning from each other. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You go ahead. Yeah.
So we see that this civilizational clash theory, Samuel Hunting, that is being referred to so many times. So to create that civilized versus barbarian theory, is it this attempt by the West to sort of discredit the golden Islamic age, all the inspiration they are taking, like, of what we learned through the Crusades, the Crusading wars?
Yeah.
During these wars, Islamic during the golden Islamic period was a multicultural society. We have synagogues, we have Orthodox Christians living peacefully. And as the examples you noted, how the knowledge from the Carthage area to the Spanish area traveled very freely. So, is this an attempt by the West to sort of create a barrier so that no one learns that these knowledge were actually being transferred from the Islamic?
Well, you said several things there. First of all, class of civilization. Huntington, I don't fully accept his theory, but he didn't say the world is barbarian versus civilized. He basically said civilizations are innately antagonistic towards each other. But he didn't actually say that Asians are barbarians and Westerners are civilized. Maybe one or two lines here and there, but actually, he actually thought the West will be wrong to think of Asia as barbarians. Uh, but he certainly perpetuated the idea of civilizations clash with each other. And in terms of what the West is trying to suppress the knowledge about transmission, that's very true. And that's because of ignorance and racism, two things coming together, prejudice. So many of the European philosophers, and I discuss this extensively in one of my chapters, including Immanuel Kant, Hegel, uh, and David Hume, the rationalist, they were flaming racists. They didn't think non-Western civilizations, they didn't call them civilized. People are anything to contribute because they didn't know. Kant never went outside of his town or a province. But he talked about colonialism and the thing that human society can achieve its perfection in the European race, and the American Indians were the least knowledgeable and the most stupid people. He said a lot of things in his teaching and writing without having seen any of the world. So that's ignorance constituting prejudice at the same time. So a lot of the Western philosophers of that period, especially 18th and 19th century, were ignorant and racist at the same time. So we actually then accept those, including Immanuel Kant. Think about it. One of the most influential philosophers of the West and of anybody, anytime. So later on, we have textbooks that perpetuate this knowledge. So as I said, one of the great moments I have, most satisfying moments I have when I give these lectures is when the students in the audience sitting there will gasp, say, "Are you sure?" Well, Ibn Rushd saved had the Enlightenment. They've never heard of Ibn Rushd. I show them a plate, an image. There's a fresco in the Vatican drawn by the master artist Raphael, and that has called Academy of Athens. It has Plato, Aristotle, Socrates in the middle, and most of these other people are actually Christian philosophers. But there is also Ibn Rushd sitting there, and there is a Jewish philosopher sitting there. Because there's Maimonides also there. May not be in the fresco, but he is recognized as one similar to Ibn Rushd. So how many textbooks you have that actually produce the fresco in the Vatican, right? So most of our students, because they have never been taught, the textbooks never tell them. And I will show you a graphic way of showing this. Our books about world order. Look at this book, Henry Kissinger's World Order, the best-selling book on world order, published in 2014. Chapter 1, Europe. Chapter 2, Europe. Islam, a world in disorder. United States and Iran, of course, not very flattering. India, little section. Oh. What did I do? Okay. China and world order, a section of a chapter. Asia is the whole thing, one chapter, then the United States, and end of the United States. So you begin with Europe and the United States. Everybody is in between. So that's what we read because that's the best-selling book in the world order. Many textbooks reproduce it. I think there are some exceptions, but there has never been a textbook written like this about world order, not world history per se, by non-Western scholar in English language that covers all civilizations of all times and starts in the right sequence, by the way. Not with Europe had the ideal type, everybody following or not following races, but with the Sumerian, Egyptian, Assyria, Babylonians, Greeks, Persians, India, China, Rome, Islam, Mongols, then Europe, pre-colonial America, Africa, Europe, United States, the return of the rest. That's the kind of knowledge we don't have from our textbooks. I'm not saying not everybody is ethnocentric, Euro-centric, but the mainstream textbooks start and end like this, whether it's history, philosophy, or political science or international relations. So the West is doing the suppressing, sometimes consciously, sometimes because that's how knowledge is produced. Okay. Yeah.
I think because I would like to appreciate the efforts you have in this.
Tell me the question. Okay, save the appreciation. Yeah.
So yeah, my question is from differently divergent worlds. It is there's this chapter called The Rise of the Indo-Pacific and the Return of
Daryl Jervis.
Divergent Worlds. Yes.
My other, Manjit and I did divergent role. Yeah, okay. What's the question?
Okay, so my question is, you said that China's maritime strategy does not aim for sea control. Rather, it follows three-dimensional approach. So, why do you think China is doing that?
Okay, I don't want to get into this right now because that's a different book. And also, you should ask that to my co-author Manjit. I did the more historical part, and he did the Indo-Pacific part. So, the general argument of the book that Asia did not have a tradition of sea control. Okay, because sea was never considered part of metropolitan territory. So the Chinese should be told about this, that you cannot say you have conquered the seas and you conquer South China Sea, because South China Sea is not part of the Indian Ocean. Okay, so it's a bit different. But generally, you cannot really aspire to sea control based on some historical precedent, because there is no history. So that's what. So I was once giving a lecture to the United States Indo-Pacific Command officers, and I said, "Hey, when you talk about freedom of the sea, the Indian Ocean, talk about Sultan of Makassar, not the colonialist, racist Hippocrates, because that's where you have the tradition that Indian Ocean was always free and open and not nobody's territory." So that's the key point. So when the book talks about sea control, I really don't remember that passage. But the idea is that historically, it will be difficult for China to reconcile that, even if the current government can do that. India is also doing the same thing. We have the law of the sea, allows territorial sea, EEZ, but sea control is a very different proposition. And a lot of historical evidence we still have, the people jump into ecstasy when they talk about Chinese control over the Indian Ocean. Uh, Chinese have sea control in immediate surroundings, but even then, the United States is there. Americans have lost sea control, so have the Chinese. So basically, they're kind of mutual negation. To do sea control in a place like Indo-Pacific, or I'm talking about the Indian Ocean, the Chinese have to have the support of the vast majority of local states, allowing them to do sea control. They cannot sustain an independent operation, at least until now, without local support. So there is all this time a string of, a lot of this is huge exaggerations. And they're written by basically people. I did my doctoral dissertation, PhD, my first book on American power projection capability. I think I know something about sea control and power projection. I find this laughable, the way people exaggerate. There was a recent article said, oh, China has 23 ports where it can use against India, and India has nothing. India sits right there in the Indian Ocean. India has support until now, at least from Britain, Australia, Japan. China is very vulnerable to passes through the Straits of Malacca, and I don't even. I'm not assuming China has an intention of sea control uh, in that way, but they certainly have the capacity and intention of denial. That's very different from sea control. So China doesn't want the United States to come to the rescue of Taiwan. And China has the capacity to discourage American aircraft carriers coming anywhere close to its territory. Uh, that capacity of denial is not sea control. All right, last question. Yeah, very quickly.
But I would have also most of the ideas and concepts in both perspectives. So these facts and the knowledge also is well in. So do you think that there are certain ideas or certain areas or certain knowledge that has not been explored by post-colonial thinkers or global area thinkers, which can still be explored? That's all.
Well, I mean, this book tries its best. It's 464 pages, tries to cover all the key ideas. There is no book which is going to be totally comprehensive, right? I don't even say how the constraints imposed by number of pages, publishers, and marketability. This is a trade book, so they don't want to. This is already well beyond the limit I was given. So if I had time to write another book, a follow-up book, or expand it, somebody gave me 800 pages, I will look at South Pacific. That's one region I missed. And when I went to New Zealand, my family for 3 weeks, where Manjeet is actually working. He's my former student, and we thought South Pacific deserves a lot more emphasis. We did not give that. I would, but everything I have in the book, we have reduced it from what, so I could probably talk more about Russia and Central Asia. Okay, so that's also kind of not getting enough attention. Uh, but I think within the page limits, the word limits, we've done as far as you can go. But I welcome suggestions like this. If you have specific suggestions, hey, should have done this, should have done that. Like India, South India is not very well represented. But a lot of India is about North India. So those are valid gaps in the book. Thank you. Okay. Then we have to go and have your team come and then we read. You can keep your questions for the end. If someone has to into this. Yeah. So you can take the chair. Yeah, will not go for the tea. Maybe let the students first go. That's the back then. Yeah, please don't ask me any questions now because really depressed. I'll come. He'll come back. Leave it as it is. Leave it here. That is. So, my name is Ashwin, sir. I'm faculty in political science department. I need your feedback on this book, which I wrote in 2023. It has Okay, so
Change PPT or
sorry.
you have to change PPT or the same?
No, it's the same. Yeah, we'll continue. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Please take your seats. So we have another hour and a little over an hour. So, but this part of my lecture will be brief because we have covered the historical part. And okay. Now this is just moving. Okay. Can somebody help me? So we're looking at the present and the future. So it's basically going back and forth. Okay. Okay. When you're looking at from this historical analysis, the key point of the analysis is world order is not monopoly, but a shared creation. But another way of putting that would be that world order is uh, not well is a multiplex, not shared, but multiplex, shared creation or multiplex. And to represent that, world order is a creation of many through diffusion, through independent innovation, but also a certain amount of convergence. So, if you think about that, then you also can think differently about what kind of world order is replacing the two main recent forms of world order. So, the first recent form was the Cold War, bipolarity, right? And that was over in with the fall of the Berlin Wall. And then we have what you call unipolar moment. The United States as the sole superpower. But in reality, the United States has been the globally dominant power since 1945. So Soviet Union was powerful militarily, but not economically. So overall, the United States was really the globally dominant power from 1945, despite bipolarity. This is why you should not buy this idea of polarity because the world was bipolar during the Cold War in terms of distribution of power. But in reality, it was unipolar. The United States, liberal hegemony. The polarity doesn't tell you everything about world order. It only talks about power distribution. Now, today, with the end of what you call American world order, American what some people call liberal hegemony, where one single power has disproportionate influence over world order. So what most people talk about multipolarity as the next world order. But again, multipolarity is not a world order, it's a distribution of power. Distribution of power is about material, who has more or less economic and military power. But doesn't tell you about leadership, doesn't talk about uh, ideas and norms. I mean, good example today is the United States under second Trump. United States by far is still the most powerful state in the world. And you can say there is a little bit of asymmetric bipolarity between the US and China. China is looking at the door. So it's not strictly unipolar with US hegemony. But can you relate that to leadership? The United States doesn't want to lead. So that's the problem of using polarity, because polarity is only mostly about power distribution. But what about leaders? The aspiration and ability to lead doesn't coincide with who has most power. When the most powerful state doesn't want to lead or tries to undermine others' leadership. So that's why the world is also not multipolar. If you talk about world order, not the world in a generic sense, the world order, the distribution of power is multipolar, yes, asymmetrical. But the world order is a broader term than distribution of power. It's about leadership, it's about ideas, it's about interactions, and it's also not about the great powers only, it's also about middle powers, it's about regional powers, it's about non-state actors, corporations. So that's the multiplex world, the world of complexity. It's not simple anymore that you can, if it ever was, that you can look at who is the big power, how many big powers are there, and you can say it's unipolar, bipolar, multipolar. The world is not shaped by that, it's much more complex. And there are many ways of looking at this complexity. I'll come to that. A multiplex, on the other hand, looks much more messy. So it has, of course, the regional important. Transnational actors are also important in the middle, relating between. So I represent, therefore, the future of world order as a multiplex, not liberal hegemony, not multipolar, not but multiplex. This is the broadest definition of world order. There's a lot more to this. There is an article in my book, as well as an article I did in Pacific Affairs with a couple of colleagues. You can read a lot more about multiplex, how it differs from unipolar, bipolar, or multipolar. There's an article called Multipolar or Multiplex, which is a very clear articulation of the difference between this kind of world orders. But more important, some features of the multiplex world. This is going up. Uh, maybe we have to do this. So just a elaboration very briefly. Unipolarity, when there is a single power, determines basic features of security order like monroe doctrine, liberal hegemony, Chinese tributary system, multipolarity, and bipolarity. I must them because a system in which power is distributed at least among two in the case of bipolarity, significant poles concentrating wealth and military capabilities, and in which each of these poles is capable of producing order or generating disorder on a global scale. Multiplexity is a world without a hegemon, culturally and politically diverse, but economically and functionally interdependent, where the ability of producing order or generating disorder to influence global outcomes lies not just with great powers, but with non-state actors, institutions, corporations, extremists, and social movements, with material and ideal capacity. So it's a much broadening. It's like global IR broadens traditional IR. It doesn't really, I'm not saying there is no multipolarity, okay? But it's very narrow, old-fashioned way, a very kind of lazy way of saying, oh, there are 5 powers, multipolar, 2 powers, bipolar, one, without thinking of how complex the world is. And so there's much more to this than I'm saying here, but these are the characteristics of the multiplex world. At least 5 of the one I've selected. They sometimes have 6, sometimes have 7. But I think absence of hegemony, single bipolar, you can challenge that by saying the United States remains the hegemon with Trump running rampage with trade and all. But we'll see how long this current American very assertive foreign policy, or some people say aggressive foreign policy, can last. Certainly won't last in every area, and security and territorial ambitions of the United States over Canada or Greenland or Panama Canal, it's not going to really manifest or become reality. This is just a lot of rhetoric. The United States, as I did say, is the number one power in the world. But that's not hegemony, and that's not about creating a hegemonic world order. It's basically, in some ways, coercive power. Hegemony is something, if you read Gramsci, it's something that, yeah, by consent and coercion, or by both. My colleague Robert Cox refined it a lot. So that's not happening. The United States can be the number one power, it cannot be the hegemon if it's not legitimizing itself and not accepted by consent. The European Union signed a big deal, nothing by consent, it's purely by coercion. And same with Philippines, same with Japan, same with Indonesia, and probably with India. Okay, countries' alignments are fluid. You still have NATO, but very, very shaky at the moment. Trump not giving a guarantee of unconditional U.S. commitment to NATO. It's very conditional commitment. Alignments, what Indian leaders sometimes call multi-alignment. I actually call it multi-engagement. You cannot align with the multiple powers, but you can engage multiple powers. And so you can engage with Russia on energy, you can engage with the United States on security. That's also not non-alignment. Non-alignment is sort of completely being or hedging. You actually proactively align based on issue area and time. So the same countries can align with different actors. Southeast Asia, classic example. ASEAN countries want good economic relations, positive, beneficial relations, economic relations with China, but good security relations with the US. They don't see as a mutually exclusive. So that's a characteristic of multiplex world. Very hard to do that in unipolarity or bipolarity. Very hard to do it multipolarity, because another thing about multipolarity is spheres of influence. You have a sphere of influence and you can only operate within that sphere. ASEAN countries are not in a sphere of influence of either the United States or China. So these people think the sphere of influence is coming back. I don't think so. It's not coming back in the traditional 19th century way. So I think complexity, multi-engagement, fluid alignments is actually good. You can have and hegemony can be single, unipolar, or collective. Multipolarity is also a form of hegemony. Okay, great power hegemony. Not one, two, but five powers, like a conflict of Europe decided the whole fate of Europe, and not the countries like Poland had no choice. They got carved out by one power or the other. As long as great powers agree, you are finished. The weak and the medium powers have no place. Okay. Second, consequential actors. Here I don't talk about. Okay. Come on. This is not good. I think I have to go this way. So I already talked about the world is not just about great powers or states, as in the case of polarity. It's also about non-state actors, good and bad, and corporations and uh, social movements, social media, empowered people, and the like influencers. They also play a big role now in foreign policy that never did before. States are still important, but so are these others. Maybe not to the same degree, but much more important than they used to be on a global scale. Before, you could have non-state actors, criminal groups. They didn't have this transnational reach now current bad actors have. Uh, Ideological, cultural, political diversity, there's no end in history. It's always going to be Democrats, authoritarians, populists, communitarians, extremists. And ideology is not going to be any singular the way we have talked about end of history. Economic interdependence is going to be, or globalization, uh, it's going to remain despite the disruption of supply chains. New supply chains will emerge. China is building its own supply chains directly, not going through the US. I think European Union is doing the same thing. You'll find that supply chains will be less dependent on one country, one space, because of technology in particular. But also globalization will be led more by the East than the West. So here China plays an important role, India plays an important role, China more so because it has a lot more capacity of projecting economic power, if not military power. But still, in a sense, it goes back to history. Before the rise of the West, globalization was led by the East. The Indian Ocean was a big theater of globalization, Silk Road. So these are not meaningless metaphors. And I think the rise of China, India, despite the Trump uh, threats, is not going to be arrested completely. And there are others as well. Indonesia will play a role, South Korea. So the Asian countries, which are rapidly becoming, or already become the center of gravity of the world economy, they will lead globalization. And I was saying yesterday probably that globalization in that sense will be less imperialist because the modern globalization on the West was associated deeply with imperialism. And finally, pluralized, or what I call G plus leadership and governance. So support for cooperation varies along issue areas. This has always been thing about global cooperation, global governance. It's not a linear thing, and it doesn't apply to. It depends on issue area. So we have had periods where there is no global governance in human rights, but more in trade and finance. Uh, Now we see a situation global governance generally is weakening, but until recently, global governance was rising in climate change, public health, not in trade. WTO has fallen out of the cliff, so out off the cliff, so to speak. So I think whatever globalization happens will be depending on some areas cooperation will be stronger, some areas cooperation will be weaker, but they're not going to disappear. So keep that in mind. And also there will be more actors. There will not only the UN, and UN is increasingly challenged or complemented by other actors in global governance. This is a very common finding of global governance literature that there were centers of authority, new centers of action in global governance. Some of them are regional, like the European Union or African or ASEAN, but they're also public-private hybrid, public-private governments, corporations, governments and NGOs, corporations and NGOs. Uh, Leadership is changing. So that sort of complexity, that sort of a internet governance with ICANN domain name provider sanctioner called ICANN. That's complexity. Management of forestry, especially when it comes to climate change. There's a lot of partnership where you have multi-stakeholders, states, corporations, people, experts, expert groups, and underlie cooperate. Now, I think that's not going to disappear, whether Trump or no Trump. That's going to be the wave of the future. United Nations will survive, I think, but not all. The UN is another thing. It's not a singular entity. Uh, Security Council, not very credible, functional these days, or WTO. But some of the other organs of the UN are very important. UNDP is important. The Human Rights Council is very ideological, but the UNICEF, the UNSCR, still are important in creating norms. They don't have resources, but they create norms and principles. And UNESCO, which now US has just withdrawn from, but UNESCO is very critical to heritage management. It may not be so critical to education, but just think about the UNESCO heritage sites, the giving sanctity, sanction, making things popular, attractive, and also helping preservation. Still very important. Uh, to the people. Nobody is going to follow the US, maybe very few withdrawing from UNESCO because of the heritage management. That's a very important part of your culture, right? Uh, so if you go into this, leadership in global governance varies along issue areas. Multiple actors, complexity, hybridity, partnership becomes the norm, and no state will lead or follow on every issue. Leading is important. The United States is the most powerful country in the world overall: military, economic, financial, technological. There are four areas. If you combine them together, military, economic, but economic you have to disaggregate economic, trade with finance, and finance is where United States dollar supremacy is very important, and remains important will be for a while, and then technological. So US is number one, but it's not the number one leader, partly because it doesn't want to lead and it's not credible as a leader because of the policies of the Trump administration. The European Union, not a military power, doesn't want to be or can be, but it is certainly a very important leader when it comes to managing climate change, mitigating climate change, and human rights to the extent it matters these days in their agenda. Setting norms in even AI. European Union is doing a lot of things. So you can talk about China, leader in economic development, infrastructure development. Whether you like BRI or not, the fact is that China is the largest trading partner of most countries in the world, and BRI has really a large number of constituents. Not all uncritical, but still it's important. China spends more money on infrastructure development than Western countries combined. International infrastructure assistance. Okay. Uh, Countries like India may have specialized leadership, vaccines, pharmaceuticals, maybe in some ways application of AI. Countries like Nigeria, reasons they play a very important role. So different regional leaders, we combine all this, the world becomes much more decentral, pluralistic in terms of architecture of governance, but organization of order. So that's what multiplexity is about. The unipolar, bipolar, multipolar cannot capture this complexity. I can say messiness, but that world is messy. Life is messy. So you have to live with it rather than assume, oh, we should go back to multipolarity or go back to unipolarity, or bipolarity is more stable than multipolarity, that Kenneth Walls used to say. Uh, so I want to capture, it's not just an ideal type for me, not even an ideal type. This is not why I whisper. This is how I read the world as it is now. And I don't find any other term that is satisfactory. Okay. So finally, how do you use all this for IR? It's a great opportunity for IR scholars. You now have the field is open for you in some ways, legitimized for you to study things that nobody used to study before. For writing a PhD or master's, you can use some of the historical knowledge to challenge theories like hegemonic stability, class of civilization, end of history, the grand narratives. You can construct alternative narratives, expand existing narratives. You have a lot more case studies. You can talk about realism, which people have already started. In India, they have done it, but people from in other parts of the world can also study India to get an idea of balance of power, and not just Indians. And ancient Greece, liberalism. You can look at where did freedom, clear challenge to hegemonic stability. Britain, United States, brought here, so West created it. So whether you like it or not, here is an opportunity to explore. And Roman Empire and Indian Ocean, compare and contrast them. Who provided more free trade? Constructivism, humanitarian values. Compare the Magna Carta with Mandan Charter or a Code of Manu. So you can have, whether you are a constructivist, realist, idealist, or post-colonial particularly is a challenge to go beyond colonialism, past colonialism, explore the agency of countries that we call as global south, when they were also big empires and sometimes very oppressive empires too. So don't have a very Pan-Russian view of the global south. They're all built on empires which often have very harsh traditions, right? So, but also they made a lot of contributions. So your field is wide open now to do this, and if you do this well, Now, as a student, as a scholar, as a young professor, you need to be very careful, evidence based, use not very formal methodology, statistics, and all, but at least the qualitative methods, and do this well. Now, my book doesn't have much theory because I wanted to make it as broad as possible, but you could develop theories out of it, or support theories, or challenge theories by reading this book. And that's what when I go to small seminars with graduate students, I often give a lecture how this is relevant for IR theory. And this is just a snippet of this. So this could be a textbook at the undergraduate level, but actually a field of study, a kind of a canvas, a source book for theories at a more advanced level. Right. So therefore, I think I will just stop here. There's a policy. You're not policymakers, so stop that. So these are some of the things people have said. The one I like most about is Amitav Ghosh, the model for academic disciplines founded on colonialist assumptions. He has a lot more to say about this book in the back of the book. Uh, challenging, well, it's a decolonial study. Nobody has called me decolonial, but he did it. I don't know him. I only got to know him personally. We met him a few times on book signing. But my publisher contacted him. He wrote this blog, and then he wrote to me recently, uh, or something else. And well, I'm very happy with that. There's Parag Khanna, there is Sashi Tharoor, there is Kishore Mahbubani, uh, Gareth Evans, Rana Mitter, and Ani Westard, and Aisha Cole. So I value their comments because they're a diverse group of people. There was a review of the book in Wall Street Journal said, "Oh, this book got a blurb from Kishore Mahbubani. It can't be good. Got a blurb from Gareth Evans, anti-American." Well, getting criticized by Wall Street Journal is kind of a by a guy who's from the American Enterprise Institute. It's kind of a badge of honor for me. It sort of vindicates. It hit the right nerve, the right people. But New York Times did a New York Times has a lot of flaws, but they are more open to Wall Street Journal, to be say the least. They were very positive about this and the review, and also they allowed me to publish an article in the main page, opinion page, on the day the book was launched. So this is going to have a mixed reaction. This is going to be controversial, but that was part of the purpose. And I would love to have challenging questions about this and be able to respond to them. And so that's what I will leave here. And I will be happy to take your questions. As you said, the book is available, and you can certainly get it. But you will get a lot more out of this lecture by going through uh, the narrative, extended narrative. Okay, so in we have 1 hour for Q&A. So if you want me to lecture more, I can. But I don't know how you feel. You want to get the money, your money's worth. You will get the professor to talk. Some students love it. They don't want me to take questions from the audience, but in some places they think audience participation is vital. So I am trying to do both. So we had a lot of discussions, questions, but my expectation and hope would be that to make the room a bit cooler, if the air conditioning is working, and you have not been talking about making it cooler. If you haven't asked questions, please do so. This is a smaller room. It's easier to actually have a conversation. Yes, yes.
Pani said, and very evidently said that Europe is going to be declined. It's going to be ended by itself. Europe is going to be declined. But the new power is coming to life, place of Europe, ASEAN countries, those 10 countries. And he said it on the basis of the population and economy, comparing economy and population between these two uh, uh, entities like Europe and the ASEAN. And in both countries, they said that Europe, which is influenced by the US mostly, and like ASEAN is more closer to China. So do you think the order which we are talking about, world order, is shifting from
Yeah, west to east. And he said like two things, the economy and population. But I also think that societies also play a more vital role in this area for the shipment. And as this book says, the future world order, like we know that in history repeats itself, history, that the east were the most powerful in past. And now again we are going to that direction is like that.
Very good question. And Kishore Mahbubani will love your comments. I know him personally. I worked with him. In fact, he launched in Singapore last month. So I'll let him know that I was giving a lecture in India, and once participant stood up and said, "You actually have read his book, and you summarized it extremely well. So fantastic." Now, do you keep in mind that Kishore, like many policy-oriented scholars, also slightly overstate their case. They generally they make the point they believe in, but they also make it in a way. And some of the same can be said about my book, because of this book, the parent company is the same. So, Hatchet Books is the parent company of Basic Books, which published mine, and Kishore's is Public Affairs. So that's right. Kishore might have said the way you put it in a bifurcation, China, US. He also paid a lot of attention to India. He is originally actually from South Asia. He left during partition, and uh, he talks about the rise of Asia rather than rise of China in particular. He challenges the Western view of China and that are unduly alarmist and negative. And I think he may turn out to be correct in the end. The jury is out. But, generally, yes. But your second point about people matter, society matter, is correct. And I don't think he will disagree with that. He will actually support it. I know him well enough. I worked with him for a long time. I was in Singapore for 11 years. I have differences with him, so I don't buy his only ideas of Asian values, but I think very smart, very astute person, a scholar, public intellectual. He's a public intellectual rather than an academic. So the thing is, how do you bring people into the picture, right? And it's not easy to do that. I try to do that with multiplexity. I can't say that there are a lot of stuff in my book that talks about people, but I keep that in mind. My way of understanding history is popular history, people's history. That'll be a different book, and I will not have the competence to write it. But certainly, I do not dismiss them either. I never would say states matter. Civilization is the kind of building block of this book, right? And civilization is not the same as states. Civilization is more of a cultural, ideational thing, and that's where people come in. When we talk about religion, talk about individuals like Ibn Rushd, who was a judge, so it's exiled by the Sultan. Talk about Amartya Sen, Mahabubul Haq. They are also people, human security, which is discussed in the book. So you bring in individuals as people, right? But not the social movements in a large sense. So I take your point, and it'll be really nice if somebody could write a book about the people's history of world order, just like people have written about people's history of the United States. Very important. I talk about tribal groups, Iroquois, who never had an empire, but their tribal populations. I'd love to write something about tribal groups in India, Austroasiatic people of South Asia. Okay, less than that, more than 20% in Odisha by the Austroasiatic groups. It's a very large number of people who we call scheduled tribes, but their counterparts speak similar language to Vietnamese and Cambodian, Khmer, very same language groups. All right, so the other question, what you said, I want to slightly clarify this here. That I do not say history repeats itself. The book is not historicist in that sense. What I do say, history matters, but how it matters, that it opens to a range of possibilities of building the world order. It confirms one view in the book that world order is fair creation. But let's say today there is no this American-led liberal order is ending. We talk about multipolarity. People talk about multipolarity as if ideal type in European history. I would say, well, there is also multipolarity in the Amarna system, 15th century BC. Or I would say multipolarity has never been really the norm of the world. It has been multiplexity. Indian Ocean is not multipolar, but multiplex. Or we can talk about the Chinese tributary system as another ideal type. So you have 5, 6, 10 dozens of possibilities. You could be reviving empire, but which empire? The British Empire, or the Roman Empire, or the Inca Empire, or the Gupta Empire. So these variations allow us to think about possibilities. So the purpose of the book is not history repeats itself, but history is kind of a window into many types of alternative types of world order. By looking at it, you can say, okay, might be here. This might be more real. This might be more real. This might be coming. That's up to the reader. I never say multiplex is a way of multi-civilizational and opening up the window to a future of possibilities that we don't know which one will become uh, the dominant feature. Maybe none of them. Maybe we'll have a world of region. Different regions will have different types of order, regional orders. Okay, so that's the thing. I actually very specific about not saying that history repeats itself. Yes, yes.
Now my question is that how
You speak up a bit loud so others can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you.
does multiplex world order encourage or constrain alternative forms of coercion like state-sponsored sanctions or public boycott?
Sorry, that was a little too fast for me. Can you how the
Multiplex world order encourages or constrains alternative forms of coercion like
coercion? Okay, coercion.
like state-sponsored sanctions or public boycotts.
It may not. Multiplex order is not going to be all good and no bad. So I don't know that it can totally avoid coercion in any world. No world order is truly peaceful or free of conflict. But what multiplex order can do is that it creates opportunities and more possibilities to bypass cooperation. So in some ways, it kind of incorporates elements of multipolarity. This is why I never totally reject it. So you have coercion from power A, you can turn to power B, or you have power C. In a multipolar system, you have more choices to align yourself. But in a multiplex order, the difference is you don't have to do that in every issue area. So you have the Indo-Pacific, something that India is doing to avoid coercion from China, right? But you also need China to want to expand your market and opportunities if you want to survive the American sanctions. So India can align itself on energy with Russia, economics with China, security with the US. Now, I don't think you can do this to a limitless extent. I mean, at some point, uh, the choices will be narrow. You cannot have your cake and eat it too. That's what I've been talking about Indian foreign policy for a long time. You have to sometimes have like choices, but not the big choices. And India has done this successfully. So I call it multi-engagement. I don't call it multi-alignment because alignment means something. Is more rigid. Uh, so multiplexity allows more multi-alignment possibilities or multi-engagement possibilities, and that way you may be able to avoid coercion because the last thing you want to do is to become totally dependent on one power for everything, and that's what the big mistake the world made is to depend on the United States for market access. The United States provide a lot of things to a lot of countries, good and sometimes have negative influence. But one thing that both allies, non-aligned countries, and competitors uh, use the US is for market access. So whether it's China, whether it's India, whether it's Korea, whether it's Brazil, they all latch onto US as a big market. So they became dependent, ever so dependent on the US market. And Trump came and said, oh, this is an element of leverage. So you depend on me, my market, you cannot survive without my market. So I'm going to go tariffs, 20%, 30% change, just like wakes up in the morning. So the world is suffering because it became too dependent on American market access. So there is a statistics about this. You can read US Trade Representative that how many countries. China is actually one of the most dependent countries on US market. It's security rival. So how did that happen? Uh, the countries always thought they can get away with this, that there will be no Trump. But then Trump came and very cleverly he got into the most powerful instrument of leverage, much more powerful than military intervention or coercion. Economic coercion is much more important because these countries have sold a future to this, market access. Even though it's 15%, 20%, still vital. Look at the way the European Union and all going to, and in a very humiliating way in some ways. We will look at the media reaction to European Union US trade deal. Uh, People are furious. I don't think the European Union will not have a major political crisis soon. Uh, by signing the deal, I think maybe the leaders of European Union felt that there's no choice. This is the best they can get. They may look good from their own point of view, but why they allow themselves to be in this situation, right? So think about this. In some ways, there will be debates in India about this soon. That should we do this? Why can't we do what happened during Indira Gandhi, for example? When the United States was not friendly with India, India was not independent of the US. So there will be all sorts of debates in European Union, in India, even in China. This is happening. In Japan, this is happening. But the world allowed itself to become dependent on access to the US market, so that their prosperity through neoliberal globalization will depend on how much they can export to the US. In the meantime, they forgot about the neighbors, they forgot about other export markets. The Chinese are waking up to it now, but the supply chain and the capacities are now, it will take some time to move back from that. It will happen, but it will take some time. All right. Let me see who hasn't asked over there. Yes. Never asked a question, right? Well, yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah. What's your question? Sorry. Say that louder. There's a fan on top of your head. Yeah.
My question is in the context of politics the world order. So how I'm just curious to know that this world order, how it would be different from the world order that existed before World Wars. For example,
World War Two.
World War One also.
World War Two. Yeah.
Okay. So how it because there were also several
Yeah.
laws. How is it
I got your point. Yeah. So two ways. One is that I already told you. I don't think there will be a return to the sphere of influence like what we had in Europe between World War One. The Germany sphere of influence, Russia sphere of influence, Britain sphere of influence. Second, there are no colonial empires here. We have legacy of colonial under colonial was colonized under colonial rule. The world was never really interdependent. It was dependent. The countries of global, what we call global south, were dependent, not interdependent masters. So that's not going to be happening. And I think another thing is multipolarity. That multipolarity was very different, again, because of colonialism. There was no nuclear weapons at that time. Now we have nuclear weapons. So this will not be a return to pre-World War situation. If anything, I would think it will be, again, I don't want to say the history repeats itself, but I think the world of the Indian Ocean before the Portuguese arrival in India, it may become more like that, where you have multiplicity of actors and reasonable amount of interaction, spread of ideas, and come to put a fine glass, positive glass to it. It could also have sort of insecurity, instability, and but also a lot more space for medium and small powers than they ever had. Now, this could all be wrong. You could say there will be a Chinese hegemony, there will be Indian hegemony, but I think to the extent that history matters, you could be more like the pre rise of the West period rather than the pre-World War One period. Okay. Yes.
as you said, this era is the multiplex era.
And even in modern technology, talk about the monopoly is not the world order was not by made by some was created by a incoming monopoly, but it was the next. So my question is the monarchy dominated the global governance for thousands of years. Why democracy gained prominence only since 1945? How long do you think democracy can continue to shape the world? Could it endure for centuries as a monarchy once did? Okay, so uh, democracy can never save the world. Um, Democracy has never really been able to save the world, but it is true that democracy is a very powerful ideology in the late modern last 100 years or so. And that's partly because there was this Cold War where the Soviet Union supported communism and the West supported democracy. Now, this is not true of any. The United States also supporting authoritarianism at home. And actually, democracy is actually giving democracies some more space. So this ideological divide has broken down. So I think we should start thinking in terms of democracy versus authoritarianism. There are a lot of shades of grays in between communitarianism, populism, and we can talk about extremism. So democracy is not going to be the savior of the world, even though it may be the best, most acceptable form of political institutions to many people, not all. There are actually a lot of people who don't like democracy and think it's dysfunctional. Aristotle himself did not like democracy. Aristotle thought democracy is a very corrupt form of government. We don't probably know that. But that can happen. So I think monarchy, on the other hand, has been singularly successful throughout history because of divine legitimation. In fact, the most successful form of political institution in the world is divine monarchy. Alexander got it from the king of Persia, the great king and the pharaoh of Egypt, who propagated it. The Europeans might have got it through Alexander the Great. So, and it has survived. But even then, it's not the same monarchy. It's not going to be the dominant form of a political institution in the future, or even now. So my point is that the ideology of the multiplex world will be diffuse, not singular, complex, hybrid. There will be always contestations between forces of openness and forces of closeness in every society. It depends on who wins at a particular time. Democracy is not doing very well in many countries in the world, part of the world. In fact, in Asia, not doing very well at all compared to 20, 25, 30 years ago. So only the future can tell. I do not have a crystal ball to talk about domestic politics, but I'm hoping, I'm not predicting. In 10, 15, 20 years, we'll see a more democratic term in world order. At the moment, it's not. It's an authoritarian term. Okay. More questions? Yes.
So thank you so much for the very profound lecture, and it has really given us so much to ruminate in the future. But sir, my question is really on a previous question, which was about the sense of history.
Sense of
History that you have in your work. It seems like the civilizational view that you hold, it seems like civilizations don't evolve or evolve. So the view
don't evolve or evolve.
evolve, like in a historical sense. So, like how you were saying in your presentation, you mentioned that one of the defining feature of this multiplex world order, you said there won't be hegemony or hegemony will go down.
Yeah.
But if we look at the colonial history of the world last 200, 300 years, so we see that West has had a practice over these years, and certainly the Eastern civilizations will learn from those practices, and they might also, imbibe those values and uh, want to practice hegemony. They require the kind of power. Thanks.
Okay, there are several things in there that I kind of lost track of, but one thing that you asked me, that civilizations devolve or not. I think they can. In fact, in my book, I told you the humanitarian values of first century BC AD were far more progressive than today, especially just war, despite the Geneva Conventions. So because they were not just legal, but they were also imbibed. So the rise of the West corrupted a lot of these ideas that were there in non-Western societies, right? So it's a digression. Racism, scientific racism, did not exist in the ancient world. It's a very controversial proposition. We have caste system, we have here, we have slavery in India, we had, but the scientific racism that we have today, slavery existed in China, every society. Greeks and Romans have slaves, but they were not scientifically racist. That there is a genetic makeup of people that makes them smart or stupid. That's a European invention. So modern European American invention. So that's a regression, right? The world going backwards. So you can also find that in some ways building economic growth with justice kind of become weaker with the neoliberal globalization. So it's a bit of a regression. In some ways, globalization has benefited everybody, but it has made poverty and inequality more entrenched. The evidence is very clear. So I am not taking a linear progressive view of civilization. I don't think civilization is moving in ever better directions. It could be the other way around. If it didn't come out very clearly in the book, that probably it has to be, and maybe in a future article I can clarify this on the second edition. But that's the whole idea. But I think generally there has been progress. I'm not also one of those things. The whole is going to have become totally inhuman, corrupt, decadent, and then which world has been really not like that. Every civilization, every phase of history has attraction and ugliness. But that's one point I want to emphasize. There's no linear evolve. So still have time for questions. How? Yeah, there's a question there. I'll come back. So how are you going to do this? Keep taking questions. Yeah. Keep taking questions. Yeah. Right. So I saw a hand. Okay. Well, maybe you have been waiting, and then on the very back. Uh, well, I'll come back to you. You're number three. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, basically, when you were saying that you were proposing multiply, but I don't find any other alternative. What I was thinking that can there be bipolarity within multipolarity?
Mhm.
Yeah, where I mean, there's not any specific say reason for say US or China, but maybe regions.
Within regions, yeah. I think that's quite possible. But I have regional bipolarity. Yes. Um, Also, bipolarity at the global level is not totally untrue. I mean, it may be in the economic area. But you say the whole world is going to be either US or China. Most of the countries are not taking sides with the US-China dispute. So bipolarity is not really very attractive. Uh,
By multipolarity.
Well, there has been a term called bimultipolarity during the Cold War. So I think Kenneth Walls and others talk about it. Yeah, that's possible. But again, remember multipolarity, any polarity is about power distribution. Unless if you define polarity in terms of ideas, soft power, interaction, that's not polarity anymore. That's complexity, multiplexity. So somebody might say that, oh, what you're saying is you're just making broadening polarity. I'm not saying that. I think there comes a time. There comes a time when you add too many variables to polarity. It's not polarity anymore. It becomes something else, and that something else is multiplex because that's very different. The kind of cooperation alignments, global governance structures, globalization is so different that you cannot really capture it in any language of polarity. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, you should tell your names. You've forgotten. The professor had said you should tell me our names.
So my name
Very loud and clear. Yeah.
sir, I have a small question.
You from AMU?
Yes,
Okay.
for you, please. I have a small question. So what would be the regarding what structure in the multiplex world? So since we have come to know that most of the knowledge structure so far has been controlled by the West versus the world. So how do you think with the rise of equal powers in small powers, how would knowledge production be?
Okay. So, good question. Great question. I think they can do it in two ways. One, they can do it the very narrow, ethnocentric, essentialist way, and say only about what Indians are writing or Indians did 5,000 years ago or Chinese did 5,000 years ago, or read about other non-privileged writers, critical writers, and mix and match. So I think it will be unfortunate if knowledge production changes from being Western-centric to centered in one country, one region. Okay, so this book therefore has 14 chapters covering all civilizations. So knowledge production is also a shared commodity, and you will find a lot of similarities, but also differences. So I hope regional powers will pay their attention. And there is a tendency in many countries now, the rising powers to be nationalistic, inward looking, and talk up their own history. I talk of non-Western history for sure because they have been talked down for so long. But I would not do the expense of uh, learning. You have to learn something first about others to criticize, right? So I think you should let others know everything that is out there and don't privilege one particular way of learning. The book tries to do is looking at primary sources now, bring some ideas uh, that has not been noticed before. But I would not say that's it's Chinese or Indian or Islamic ideas matter. I think African ideas matter. The Iroquois Federation confederations had great ideas. So if you pluralize knowledge production, then you'll make good sense of the book, but also sort of challenge the current paradigm of knowledge production. Yeah. Back. You haven't asked any question? Okay. So what's your name?
My name is Devdas. I'm pursuing masters in Department of Political Science, Master. The question is that in what way do China's rare earth export ban?
I really don't know much about it. I mean, it's really beyond my pay scale, so to speak. I know generally, but what's the question exactly?
In what way does China's rare earth export ban and US protectionist measures reflects a shift from liberal interdependence to realist competition in global international system or global economic order?
Okay. So again, not knowing much about rare earth, but I think the overall broad question is that it does reflect a shift from openness to closeness, right? But I think the fundamental question is why is this happening? Why is happening now and didn't happen 20 years ago? And what countries are going to do about it? I think we know the answer. It is the outgrowth, a byproduct of the US-China trade war, and there are many factors to it. Economic nationalism in the US is one factor. China also turned a bit more inward-looking, not in economics, but in political economy. So yes, it is a shift away from economic interdependence in the classic liberal sense to a realist competition. But again, I would not really make it a kind of a very rigid, fixed category, unchanging category. One thing is who is the export controls going to affect most, right? And maybe it is targeted against the United States more than against other countries. So China is weaponizing rare earth, but so is the United States weaponizing a lot of things. So this is kind of a retaliatory measure, but it's not necessarily going to affect the whole world. And there could be also changes as part of this deal that the U.S. and China are reaching. So what I tried not to do is to jump from one absolute to another absolute. There was never really full economic openness in many areas. The United States had technology transfer for a long time in many critical areas at that time. It's now going to have some in AI and others. The Chinese have their own technology or resource export controls. So world order certainly has certain amount element of that. Then sooner or later, countries will move away from rare earth. The dependence will reduce, and this becomes less important. So let's wait and see. And at the moment, that's what you said is what it looks like. Whether in the long term it will be like that, we don't know. Yeah.
I just wanted your comment on this observation. The United States wants a unipolar world and a multipolar Asia. China wants a multipolar world but unipolar Asia, dominated of course by China. India wants a multipolar Asia and a multipolar world. So what is your take on this?
I actually haven't thought about it. It's not a nice way of putting it, but any fixed characterizations are sometimes to me uh, problematic. I'm not saying you're wrong, but the United States wants a multipolar world, but then why is it doing things like under Trump that are very much only recently US tried using the term multipolar during Biden administration. For a long time, simply didn't use it. So they never moved away from unipolarity. Whether in the Asia or in the world. The Chinese want a multipolar, unipolar Asia. It's also problematic because the Chinese, I mean, some rhetoric at a rhetorical level, you can read that into Chinese, but they know very sure they're never going to control India, Japan, or ASEAN, Indonesia. So it's maybe if they really thought like that, and I'm not saying they thought, there is no really nobody has grand access to the grand design of China. There may not be any grand design. The long game, as one of the books talks about. I think a lot of this is academic and policy pundit imagination. So I don't know what India wants because it varies from government to government and varies from time to time. So India wants a multipolar world with a what?
Multipolar Asia.
Multipolar Asia.
By China.
Yeah, but again, multipolar Asia, when it comes to uh, all emerging powers want multipolarity because it gives them a place on the table. So Russians love multipolarity. French have always loved multipolarity. The bipolar Cold War. Brazil loves multipolarity. South Africa loves it because it gives them a seat on the table, recognizes them as poles. And in India, until now, was not considered a great power, but maybe more like a middle power, a regional power. So technically speaking, not really a multipolar polar actor, but now it could be. So if you are an Indian government, you will embrace multipolarity. That's what you want. Can you get what you want? Do countries get what they want? May not get it, but if it gets it, India sometimes India may regret multipolarity because it creates more constraints on them. Who are the poles? Who are the powers? So I try to avoid generalizations like this because each of them are problematic. Back there, you have another question. Okay, I'll come back. Oh, you had a question. I missed you, right? Okay, I'll go ahead and I'll come back to you. Yeah.
So it is. My name is Rohit. I can explain this issue, but it is related to knowledge production and what we done yesterday.
Hmm.
My question is, can we have an inclusive global IR with the existence of dominance of English. Because when we were talking about diversity, when we were talking about different agencies, so we assert our identity, our agency in our own language. And when we were asked to imagine being conceptualized in a foreign language, we lose nuances, we lose complexities of our thoughts. So if it is not possible, would you think that instead of having a inclusive global IR, we will have a global IR which is inclusive for the elitist classes of the South, not rest as a whole? So this is my question.
Quite possible, because it's a hierarchical, and world is hierarchical. Global South with many gradations, hierarchies. A global power South is in India, China, global South. In the real sense, same way as say Malawi or Mali or Tahiti or so you have to acknowledge the power structures within the global south. So this question did come up when we were doing non-Western IR theory back in 2005-7. Barry and Barry Bujan and myself, and people said, think we're replacing Western IR with Indian IR or Chinese dominated IR. So that's true. That's true. That's the risk we have to recognize. Um, this book is not about IR theory, it's about world order. And I consciously try to become like a Western dominance replaced by Chinese. China and India are the greatest civilizations after West. I don't think so. I also think Islam is great. I also think Africa is great. I actually learned so much from pre-Columbian Americans, so much on ecology, politics, governance, cooperation. So I'm struck by it. So deliberately, I do not create a narrative from the global south centered on three great civilizations, which are great. I mean, China-centric, or China, India, and Islam. Islam, in many ways, is much more diverse. By the way, you may be surprised, but it has no one center. So China always had one center, right? China, okay. Islam had no one center. So there is the Abbasid, the Islamic Spain, Indonesia, Mughals, and then you have Ottomans, the Fatimids, and later Persian empires. So they Mongol were not Islamic. You said Mongol. Mongol was actually Buddhist. The big, sorry. Yeah, I already said Mongols. Yeah. So and also the problems with the Deccan people. So Islam had multiple centers. You never had that multiplicity in China or India. If you had, it's within different regions of the countries. The China had capitals in Western China, Xi'an, Luoyang, Hangzhou, and then the south, sorry, in Nanjing. Okay, the centers may have shifted, but the cultural centers remain within one area. Same with India. So we can have some variations. So Islam actually has much more diversity, and when Islam moved from different parts, from place to place, it actually acquired a lot of local characteristics. There is this idea of Ummah, there is this underlying unity, but most Islamic scholars who actually are unbiased and objective will acknowledge Islam was very much localized in many parts of the world, and that's history. So I think, therefore, we also have to accept when you talk about centrism in a country, knowledge production, whose centrism? So it's the South Indian centrism or North Indian. Knowledge production in South India may be different from North India. In China, I have seen a Chinese school, a Tsinghua University school, Tsinghua school, a Shanghai School of IR. But they all have different priorities. Shanghai School is more liberal, Asia Pacific oriented. The Tsinghua School is more classical Chinese oriented. The Chinese School of Xinya Qin is about China as a civilization and not just classical civilization. So we will find these debates also within in Turkey, and I hope there will be such debates in India, and that's healthy. Yeah.
Yeah, so follow-up question with this only. So as you mentioned, the pluriversalism. And don't you think the pluriversalism will have some dominant consciousness of West rather than the emerging consciousness and subaltern rising subaltern?
Um, Good point. I will let you know when I understand what pluriversalism means. So it's kind of coming up and it's all over the place. So they haven't had there are some new literature that has come out, but that could be one of. So, can you repeat your question so I can actually tell my pluriversal friends that it can?
That the universalism will have a dominant effect, a dominant consciousness of West descent because they have the means of controlling the means of communication. And if you control means of communication, you have it control of whole
But
knowledge.
how would they do? They are pluriversal. If they're doing different universes, can they create a singular narrative?
No, they can't.
So why is that bad?
I'm not saying it's bad,
Ah.
but because if they read Muhammad Ayub or if they read parts of Chatwin, they are talking about the subaltern consciousness, or they want.
Yeah.
And if we talk about decolonization,
Okay. So the point, if I understand correctly, is the pluriversal will challenge the subaltern consciousness, kind of a recognized, identifiable. It could well, but they said that's so what? That's what. If I am a pluriversal, I'm on their camp. If I have to put myself in the camp, they said that's good. So they are challenging also global IR. The global IR they think is kind of mono universal, which is false reading of global IR. But they would think we shouldn't have a single subaltern consciousness. That's what they may say. Okay, I'll test it out with some of my friends there. Yeah.
Sir, my name is Kabir, sir, and my question is related to your multiplex. And when you discuss the multiplexity, you are somehow, downsizes or rejection of multipolarity because highlighted there will be no hegemony.
Yeah.
But when I'm unpacking your multiplexity, it creates so much puzzling for me because if there is no hegemon, there will be a kind of international autonomy as claimed by the realists, particularly uh, like Kenneth Walsh and
Yeah.
Morgan, right? And if there is the international autonomy, then it means that there is no hegemon is either the USA or the Europe. And if either of them is not, there will be no one. No, I'm waiting for longer time for my term
There'll be no world.
for my turn to rule over the world to get the credit
Yeah.
my
Okay.
in the largest global interest. When it comes to my turn, the rules are changed. There will be no hegemon. Let's suppose there is no hegemon, it is good to have for the pluralistic world. But when it comes to the no hegemon, there is a question of international autonomy as claimed as a realist. And again, the international autonomy, there is a resurgent power politics. And again, we return to the Hobbesian total contract. Then, if there is no Leviathan, there will be a kind of anarchy. We need to call it again the hegemonic stability theory, as claimed by the Robert Gilting, who somehow married between the hegemon and global governance. And there is a for the stable world order, there is a need of people. And again, we recall former authors, please come forward and save our world from the and the disability.
Okay. Okay. Can you wrap up? And can you make the question?
That's
Okay.
suppose I am wrong, sir. Let's suppose I am wrong. It is kindly over. It's a simple question.
No, it's not a simple question. It's a very
There is some compatibility between the multiplexity and global governance.
well. I already said several things about it. First of all, I don't completely reject multipolarity. I just say it's too narrow. It's only about distribution of power. Multiplexity brings in other layers, ideas, norms, interactions, leadership, which are don't correspond with power. And then I talk about multipolarity. Uh, Historical evidence that I find that multipolarity is relatively rare in international relations, but it does exist and doesn't always have to lead to anarchy. So that's why I said there have been multipolar systems in the Near East. The Amarna system, again, if you go to read that article, just came out 2 days ago in Foreign Policy magazine, talks about multipolarity in the ancient Near East, how it maintained order for 200 years. Messy, it can be anarchic, but it can be also managed. Now, unipolarity has not been really benign to a lot of weak states. Ours is multipolarity, bipolarity also. Many countries get caught in between and lose their autonomy. So multiplex is also not completely in the doesn't have rules and norms. Multiplexity doesn't mean rules and norms disappear. So they actually could become even more important in types of rules and norms, not just those created by great powers, but also created by weak states, regional powers. A lot of evidence of that some of the big ideas of the 20th century have come from weak states or individuals not representing big powers. So multiplexity has widened the source of ideas. And in that sense, it can be more liberating. Multiplexity can also lead to anarchy. Yes, so it's not going to be a paradise. I say that very clearly. But we also cannot say it's a given. There has been cases where the multipolar multiplex has been able to be benign, provide more justice. So the default position of people that multipolarity or multiplexity is going to be bad because hegemony is there is no evidence for hegemonic stability theory, by the way, and it's a false appropriation from Charles Kindleberger. He never said you need a hegemon to create order. He basically said, looking at a particular juncture of history, that the loss of British dominant, Britain was willing but unable, America was able but not willing. A short period of history created this Great Depression, the world in depression. Now, he never said that's the law of history. Never said that. So the people have taken this into a kind of as if it's a law of history, and the liberal hegemony theory is basically restating hegemonic stability theory and misappropriating Kindleberger. And I don't think you should buy it because we write that book, Indian Ocean. Manjit and I wrote this book, War, Divergent Wars. We found that actually you can have stability, openness in a multiplex system without the single power, like Indian Ocean case. That's a very big case. Lasted for about 1,000 years. And multipolar worlds have not been that long. I mean, the European multipolarity is not 1,000 years old. So the Near Eastern multipolarity was maybe 300 years. So we have a big chunk of history that tells you we don't need a multipolar great power dominance, either liberal or any hegemony, to create order and stability. So again, the point of this book is opening up possibilities. You have possibilities where you have seen multipolarity create order, like European concepts, uh, the thematic system, but you have also times when complexity has kept order. You have times when bipolarity. I don't think bipolarity is completely wrong. It did create order in the early phases of the Cold War. All this gets do that. The American hegemony, the Chinese tributary system did keep peace up to a point. So the problem we have, cognitive problem, we refuse to accept complexity as reality. When things become complex, we withdraw. We think cannot be true. And the criticism sometimes I get is that this is a kind of a wishy-washy concept. They can't understand it. But the fact is that it is the reality. The life is complex. Life is messy. Why can't we? There is a complexity theory, by the way, chaos theory. Okay, that's where the dinosaurs came and ate the people, humans. So Michael Crichton's. So think of multiplex as complexity. Instead of movies, think of dinosaurs, right? Movies are dinosaurs anyway. So it's very hard for people to accept or not to retreat when faced with complexity. Because multipolarity, simple, e.g., bipolarity, simple, e.g., is a sign of what I call, in maybe a little part, intellectual laziness, inability to think clearly and accept that the world is always complex. And I want to provide a complex without bringing in chaos theory per se, but sometimes you can find patterns in complexity. You can find cooperation in diversity. And let's think of a world order that may look like. It may not last very long. There may be a new, so any prediction you make is not going to be forever, right? If you think of a multiplex world, if it is a prediction, maybe 20 years, 30 years, and maybe there will be something else. So nobody can predict the future. Right. In terms of questions, time, I'm looking at, we can take one more question. Now, I want to take somebody totally new. The last chance, those who have not spoken. You have not asked a question, right?
Yes.
Okay. Please do so and introduce yourself. I know who you are, but for the rest.
My name is Mohammed Aslam. I'm a faculty in the Department of Political Science. My teaching subject is public administration. My question is all about the world order. Whenever we are having a debate of the world order, there is one scholar in America whose name is Mr. Mullins.
Who?
Mr. Mullins. 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 So he has basically given a clue that whether we were having the world order run by the Britishers or the American-led world order or the Abbasid world order, or we can say the Ottoman world order. All these orders basically were the combination of the communities, like it was a Judo-Christian world order, or sometimes it was a Judo-Muslim world order.
Yeah.
And this argument was also supported by one of the scholars of the Germany. His name is Werner Sombart, who has written a very famous book, Human Modern Capitalism.
Okay, I haven't read the book, so can you just tell me the point?
He's of the view that it is a Jewish community, the financially strong community, which is moving from one place to another.
Yeah.
Make the nations great. So can we say that nowadays we are talking about the disintegration of America or the European world order or the Western world order, and we are talking about the Chinese world order or China-led world order? So can we say that the authority, the group of people who are managing the world order, they have shifted their center from the west to the east. So that's why this debate is taking place.
That's quite possible, and you can see that in some, to some extent, you can see corporations. It just shifted from manufacturing to technology, finance. It still has a lot of levers of power, but even if there was some decline, it's being exaggerated. Like America was always great for a long time. You don't have to make it great again. But the corporations, as you said, they have helped the power shift, and because that's where they make the profit. But don't forget, the corporations have also enriched themselves, and they are also rulers of America. How many people from Wall Street are in the Trump administration?
Corporations are driven
So they did it themselves. Now they're crying foul if they are in the Trump administration. But in some ways, they did the practical thing. No, I'm not talking about the greedy corporation, but I'm talking about the general manufacturers. Most of the corporations just going straight according to the logic of the market that think about. They found it. The Japanese have done. The Japanese started the whole thing. That when Japanese yen became overvalued, they can't manufacture in Japan, make a profit. They move to Southeast Asia, Taiwan, Korea, and then the Chinese followed to some extent and benefited, and others followed. So this is nothing to do with America uh, or Japan as countries, but corporations did play a role. Sometimes with the blessing of the government. In the case of Japan,
Can we say that we are living in the age of
yeah.
corporation?
Well, that will be going to another extreme. I think you could talk about the dispersal of power. Corporations have played their role. There are also other things that played a role. Democratic norms. I mean, democratic norms in individual democracy, but the idea of a multilateralism, which is not a multilateralism, is popular because it gives voice to a lot of countries which would otherwise have no role. Talk about Cambodia having a war with Thailand. Few years ago, the American president visited Phnom Penh. Which American president would even know what Phnom Penh is? Because Cambodia acted with the chair of ASEAN, Burma with the chair of ASEAN. So multilateralism also creates that of egalitarian dispersal of authority and not just corporations. People can do that. There has been a lot of empathy among social movements against capitalism or apartheid. They also shift power away from states and the multipolar state-centric model. But I do think what you're right is that corporations have done a lot, and now they're paying the price, or maybe they won't pay the price. Maybe they're the only ones that will challenge Trump and say we cannot reverse, put the genie back in the bottle. All right, we stop now. In the time. Uh, your organizers might have told you that we're not having a class from me in the afternoon. I hope that will be happy good news for you. So you will have a bit of free time, and it certainly is a bit of good news for me in terms of I want to sort of I have some work to do, and this has been pretty intense but very enjoyable. Thank you very much for your patience and comments, and I hope you have benefited and learned something from this uh, day and half that I've been with you. And there are other great professors, so it's a great program. So enjoy the rest of the day.
We'll have this final session tomorrow morning. So after 1
Oh,
hour
yeah, I
lunch,
have a short panel tomorrow.
so we break here now. It's 1:30. You come back at 2:30 here for the next
Right.
session. So we go.
Yeah.
I ordered, sir, your e-books.
Good.
And you, oh, so you
Hello. No, no, no.
अरे थोड़ा बोल रहे नहीं ना चल कोई नहीं हाँ चलो हाँ Okay, dear participant, thank you so much for join us again after the lunch. And it has already been mentioned that Amitabh Acharya will take the second session, and he will definitely continue from tomorrow. Until then, he asked us, inform us that he need your reflections, your thought, your views, your critique, or any other ideas which you propose in reference to the Amitabh Acharya's all the sessions. So now this house is actually open. So you can come forward, volunteer yourself, and give your remark over all the sessions conducted by Amitabh Acharya so far. So I would like to start from our faculty. So for this, I request Dr. Dr. Feroz sir, Assistant Professor in Women's College. So please, may we have a big round of applause for the Feroz sir.
There is the feedback form, and you have to fill the feedback form for all the sessions. That is the request from the organizer committee. Yeah, it is compulsory to fill that feedback form. Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
It is mandatory for you have to take that. And after on the other hand, between that and giving to the certificate of chair. So it is mandatory that by your name it must.
Good afternoon, everyone. As far as the lecture of Professor Amitabh Acharya has concerned, undoubtedly this whole conceptualization of global IR as a framework or as a global adjustment of the interstate relationship or the interstate dimensions or the relations. Undoubtedly, that was the lecture that gives the insight and that also helped us to understand about the some kind of the notions that is associated with the post-colonial or the post-colonial theorem or the post-colonial tendencies. How, but the certain questions that arises or that arises due to that whole perceptions is that in understanding of the global IR, whatever the theorem, the insight that was presented by the Professor Amitabh Acharya, that in terms of the cultural pluralism, or somehow he pluralistic diversities, the respect of the diverse culture or the diverse notions, even the civilizational aspects, the adjustment of the various, the adjustment of the diverse conditions into, you can simply say that what he wanted to project that that unified whole in terms of the unity within that diversity that make the whole IR, where power adjustment or the super power, the major power influence that must not have entity as it prevails today in terms of the present global order. In terms of his view of global order, he has negated the role of the great powers or the major powers in compared to the binaries, the different binaries that prevails in terms of the China, vices of the China, South Asia, or the vices of the southern vices or the global south vices, instead of featuring a fraction or the sectarian views of the IR that is coming from the third world perspective or the perspective from the south. that could not be, that must be imbibed in that global settings. However, that this presentation of the global order or international global order or the global international relations where all the segments are imbibed in all, in a whole, that presents the certain questions. If existence of the state is there, and within the structural arrangement of the state, supra model of the global as a geographical construct incorporated the various states, the multiple nuclei or the multipolarity or the multipolar adjustment of the state. If the state is there, there must be the sovereignty is there. State is the sovereign, and that exists there, and boundary and demarcated by the boundary frontier. That sovereignty is being scattered in form of the multiple nuclei. Then how these multiple nuclei presents a global order when the state as an actor is still relevant. That is the matter of the questions. If that state as an actor will be there, then there must be the possibilities of the intra-state and the interstate conflict, and there must be the subsidence of those vices that are not in law and that is already been marginalized. So in that sequence, that global IR, if concern is only global, that sounds just like the global warming that make a general concept of the warming. But when it comes to the hearing of the warming from the state of United States of America, that is the largest contributor of the pollutions, then the matter arises that whether that state is being incorporated, that questions that will be addressed by that major power like the United States of America or not. That is the major question. If the global is good, that is very fascinating. When it comes to IR, interrelationship, the international relations, here comes the questions of the nation and the state that make the state more relevant in global IR understanding. Instead of state, if there would be the space, my appeal is that focusing of IR must be towards the spatial perspective. Instead of focusing the state as an actor, we can focus the space as an actor. International spatiality is more attractive for me in compared to the international relations. He has talked about the regional integrations, regionalism. I prefer to use the word reasonism instead of regionalism. Regionalism itself imbibes the concept of regional superiority and regional inferiority. If my region is supreme and I consider that ASEAN itself, that is not a reason where homogeneity must be the identity's reason. If one region is considering that we are super, another region, here comes the regionalism started. Instead of regionalism, he must focus the reasonism, making the reason as a sense, giving the region as a sense in international relations. Instead of regionalism. Instead of regional integration, we can take the possibilities of spatial integration. Spatial integration. We can connect one space, one social space, either Africa as a social space, the African societies as a social space construct. If that spatial integration would be there, then that the questions of the inter-state will be subsided and inter-space relationship will give more meaning of global integration and presentation of the global view. So considering the IR as a spatial perspective, where the spatiality is become best for inter-state and inter-space interrelationship. So which variable we are taking from? If the state is still a variable in global IR, then state must have inequalities. And in presence of the spatial inequalities or in presence of the state inequalities, then the questions of hierarchy come still within that global IR setup. If there would be the hierarchy or regional inequalities that comes or state inequalities that comes, then the perceptions of global IR has no meaning in international relations, where the meaning of it may become only at the level of theorization instead of gaining the spiritual integrations, and making the world more resilient, more equal, and more hierarchyless and more neutral in terms of the power adjustment. So the state as a power agency are must be subsided with the space as a force of integrations. Here the questions of the time also came. In post-colonial debate, he talked about the pre-colonial and the historical adjustment. Undoubtedly, the historical sense gives the meaning of the history of the IR, or the history of the state evolutions, or the civilizations, or interconnectedness, or interrelatedness. But somehow that also gives the meaning of the same realism or the realist perspective that dominates in the war conflict, either from a pre-Westphalian or the post-Westphalian norm, or the recent the colonial and the post-colonial norm also. So the giving a meta narratives cannot subside and cannot adjust global justice, cannot be as co-terminus with the global relations or the global idea. Global idea has no meaning in terms of global justice. Here it is making the same setup of anarchy, Kenneth Walt's terms of the anarchic structuralism, that is making a sense until again, if we project global idea in terms of negating the voice of the marginalized, or negating the voice of the of that subsides, or negating the voice if we are not giving the voice, and respecting the others, if the other selves are not being considered in that global IR setup, the same tendencies will emerge when the powers will behave in the same manner as they have behaved in the colonial, or it's behaving in the contemporary time period. So that is my notions, and my whatever I can add with that special or the place or the space construct of global IR or the global theorem. Thank you so much.
So, thank you very much, Firoz sir. It was really wonderful to have your views, and particularly in the context of geographical proximity with the international relation. That was very good, very interesting. And now I invite and request to all the participants kindly come forward, and due to the paucity of the time, kindly also keeping in mind the time. Kindly wind up your argument within a 5 minutes. बाकी लोगों को चांस मिल जाएगा. Please come on.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Aditya Prakash Narayan, and I am pursuing my PhD in Pondicherry University in Department of Politics and International Studies. So last few days, like we went through a lot of great lectures, starting with Dr. Atul Mishra, then Dr. Rajan, and ultimately Dr. Acharya. So my observations, like I was already familiar with Dr. Acharya's work, and particularly I had read one of his very important works regarding regional cooperation in a comparative way, the institutional designs of different regional organizations with European Union, ASEAN, and in a comparative way, he also wrote a very beautiful literature review starting with 1945 European Economic Commissions and the initial days of Europe. But now, after this these lectures, my perspective in a way, like I saw that how even his views have evolved to a great extent. I also read one of his books regarding non-Western higher theories. So over the years, he has also incorporated the views, like even in incorporating the Western views of IR. and a new terminology, global international relations, has come forth. So these are some of the very profound ideas that I am carrying through these lectures, and certainly it will help me in my further research. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from this side?
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself Ziaul Haq. I just passed my masters in political science. I'm glad to be here, and I'm thankful to Rahat sir for giving me this opportunity to be part of this course. So I will uh, build interest in international relation further and try to do my research in the same field as I carry these. Uh, Thoughts and new concepts from here. So I'm very thankful to Rahat sir, sir given me chance to be here. Thank you.
So anybody who's interested to speak on? Just you want to share your views on Amitabh Acharya's? Yeah, please do come.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nishant Pal from Sophia Girls College, Ajmer. Um, Thank you, Raj sir. Thank you, ma'am. It has really been a wonderful exercise where I don't remember writing so much in the past year that I've written so much notes here in these past 3 to 4 days. Starting with Sir Atul Mishra's lecture, I think it was very enlightening to listen to the fact how he was focusing on sort of changing the mold of international relations. We have been very well versed with the traditional way of thinking, the traditional definitions of nation states. I think he, with his lecture, has sort of opened a Pandora's box for us because now, if we focus on the pre partition history of India and how the, because we always focused on the era after the world wars when we were focusing on international relations. Now we can analyze, we can put the analytical lens on the pre-partition era also, like he gave the examples of the work that was done in India, which was non-Delhi centric. So that was really enlightening. Like I think in my mind, I was also discussing with a scholar from AMU. Scholar named Jishan, how his work is on Rohingya. So I think his work is also relates to Myanmar. If anyone who has studied Myanmar would know that Myanmar has what we call statelessness or Zomia. William Wench Kendall has done a lot of work on it. Also, James C. Scott. There is a book called The Art of Not Being Governed. So the kind of ethnic armed militias, ethnically armed organizations, EAO, that are functioning there, I sort of thought that with the analysis he was giving, we could say Myanmar has a whole host of sort of nation states inside it, because there are so many competing entities, and the spillover is something that we also witness in our borderlands also, when we saw the conflict in Manipur, how the Chin Kuki militias also impacts our Kaladan multimodal project. So there are a lot of we can take so many things from that lecture and sort of implement in our analysis.
Um, when it comes to Professor Rajan, we see how he sort of made a very lucid understanding of how the discipline is sort of moving towards these new constructivist, post-structuralist aspects. He very gladly gave us a sort of introduction to what was to the lectures that were being delivered by Professor Amitav Acharya. I don't remember the name of the scholar that I just had a discussion after the lecture ended. We were kind of discussing how we've been taught that the discipline had this Kuhnian obsession of becoming a science. So we see how post Morgenthau, Kenneth Waltz, and other traditional IR scholars wanted to make IR a predictive model that can sort of predict everything that comes. And in this obsession, they boil down the discipline to a very narrow mindset. But what we see now, what Sir Amitav Acharya is doing, he's sort of unfolding that narrowness and making the discipline more broad. So he's actually opening up the definitions, the foundations that were being set by the traditional Western scholars, because in those traditional thinking, they were limiting the discipline's analytical understanding. They were also limiting the role of the global South. So, in this way, I think it is very inspiring for research scholars. Thank you so much for giving me the chance to participate this in this course. Thank you so much.
Hello. So my name is Ahmed, and I have a few critiques, rather. Not, I don't want to affirm what people said, but I have some critiques. First of all, I am thankful to this department, to Sir, to Asma Sir, and all the other people over here. But I have some critiques, and that I want to highlight. My first critique was regarding Rajan Sir's assumption that India would be a superpower. I do agree with Rajan Sir wholeheartedly, but and but my contention is that how would it be? How would this happen when a large section of the population, especially the minority, the tribals, and other sections, vulnerable sections, are not properly represented? Would it make India, or would we have the real chance of growth without means giving a chance to maximum number of people in our country? Or how would the growth model be? That is one contestation. The second is regarding this post-colonial and other thinking, other global thoughts, global IR, and other thoughts. I have a critique that such an understanding, such a uh, stream of knowledge, since we know, Sir highlighted that knowledge has been controlled by West, and since knowledge has been controlled by West, how I feel, or what I feel, is that these trends, these ideas such as post-colonialism, global IR, and other things are also somewhat Western oriented. We see these originated in Western universities, although like Professor Acharya is from India, but he has been trained in the West. Even Gayatri Spivak, she has been trained in the West. So all scholars are from foreign origin. Another thing, that the journals, the leading journals in this field, are also from those countries only. So how is it representative? Isn't it again a Western project to hegemonize knowledge, to capture the Western mind, capture the rather Eastern mind, and control Eastern mind through consent rather than coercion? And one more thing I would like to highlight is on the topic of globalization. I again feel globalization, whatever goods it has done, it is receding. There are trends in deglobalization many of us may not be aware of, or many of us may not be agreeing with it, but there are trends in deglobalization as well. And with this, there are the means it is a contradict. What Hegel says, it is a dialectic process. It hasn't stopped at globalization. It went to deglobalization, and now there is a reglobalization trend. So, how should we understand all this phenomena as a whole? That is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmed, for wonderful comment. Next, anyone is coming from this side? There is no one who knows everything in a complete sense. So your views, your comment, your critique also welcoming and also become a source of our learning as well as. So please come forward. Even your small comment can become a part of your larger debate. So please come forward. There is no one to criticize you. Please come. Yes, please.
Hi, good afternoon. So I wanted to ask this question. I have already asked, but I didn't get the answer. So if multiplex is a very good idea to have too many good options, but if all movies are in English, inclusively, that is the question. And secondly, there is a concept that he gives, syncretic universalism, in his one of his paper. The example is taken from uh, Nizamuddin Aulia. And he says that this can be a contribution from India towards the global IR. So my first problem is whether India as a nation will be accept this idea coming from Nizamuddin Aulia as Indian origin, right? So if we see Shankar taking example for Hanuman, if we see people taking example from Gita, I don't have any problem with that. But the thing is, they are more realistic in nature rather than syncretic universalism. So how will you put this idea as Indian origin, which will be acceptable to us as a nation, right? Secondly, if as a nation we have been failed, it is our, I would say, failure as a civilization to use that syncretic universalism to solve our problem. But we are telling to the world that, see, you can solve your problem using this idea. So, what sort of moral authority we will have as a nation to put this idea forward and telling the world that, yes, this is the best solution? So, I have these two contention. I hope this will be answered tomorrow. Thank you.
Very relative question and comment. Anyone else, please come. इतने सारे लोग हैं, अगर 5-5 मिनट ही बोलेंगे तो हम लोगों को 5 बज जाएंगे. सीरियसली प्लीज, प्लीज कम. कुछ नहीं, अगर क्वेश्चन नहीं है तो एटलीस्ट जो सीखा है आपने वही बता दीजिए. After all the comments from your side, we will have a chance to listen Dr. Parvez Alam. So please come forward. We have still time for you. Anyone would like to come from behind? From last rows? Habib, would you like to say something? आइए. क्या सब कोई बुलवाएंगे?
Assalamu alaikum. Good evening, everyone. I am Habibur Rahman Ansari. नहीं सर, फीडबैक तो हम क्या ही दे सकते हैं. मेरे पास वो अल्फाज नहीं है और शायर भी नहीं है कि मैं उस तारीफ करूं और फीडबैक दूं. बस डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ पॉलिटिकल साइंस हर वक्त ऐसी शॉर्ट टर्म कोर्स, लेक्चर, कॉन्फ्रेंस कराता रहता है और हम लोग इस कोर्स से बेसिकली आईआर, हम जो मास्टर में आज से 3 साल 4 साल पहले हमारे डॉक्टर राहत सर ने हम लोगों को पढ़ाया था, और आज इस शॉर्ट टर्म कोर्स से हमें ग्लोबल आईआर के हर एस्पेक्ट से हमें नॉलेज मिली। हम इस थीम को सबसे पहले जिन लोगों ने फॉर्म किया और सिलेबस जो बना, हम उनका तहे दिल से शुक्रिया करेंगे कि उन्होंने हर एस्पेक्ट को कॉलोनियल ग्लोबल आईआर से लिया और हम लोगों को हर एस्पेक्ट से हमें नॉलेज मिली इस शॉर्ट टर्म कोर्स से। मैं तहे दिल से मुबारकबाद डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ पॉलिटिकल साइंस और गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया को देना चाहूंगा कि हमें इतनी बड़ी एक ज्ञान शॉर्ट टर्म कोर्स हमें प्रोवाइड की और हमें यूनिवर्सिटी को मिला। और एक सबसे बड़ी खुशी हमें इस बात से हुई कि डिफरेंट यूनिवर्सिटीज के फैकल्टी मेंबर्स, स्कॉलर्स आए, उन लोगों से हम रूबरू हुए और एक उनसे हमें कुछ सीखने की मिली। हम आइडियाज को देखे कि उन्होंने कैसे क्वेश्चन को फॉर्म करते हैं, स्पीकर से कैसे सवाल पूछते हैं, ये भी हमें सीखने को मिली। और इस शॉर्ट टर्म कोर्स से हमें आईआर का थ्योरी से लेकर हमें आज की करेंट्स को कि हम सीखे कि आज वर्ल्ड में क्या चल रहा है, वेस्ट एशिया में क्या चल रहा है, वेस्ट एशिया की क्या पॉलिटिक्स है, हिस्ट्री के सुबह मॉर्निंग में हमने लेक्चर में हिस्ट्री के एस्पेक्ट को कुछ देखा, तो हमें हर एस्पेक्ट को नॉलेज हुई। इस 4 डे जो हमने लेक्चर को अटेंड किया, इसमें हमें भरपूर नॉलेज मिली आईआर की ग्लोबल लेवल पे। मैं तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करूंगा इंशाल्लाह उस साइड के साथ उस कि अब हम यहाँ से उठेंगे आईआर पढ़कर, अब हम अपनी क्लासों में और हम ढाबे पे उस चीज को आईआर को पॉलिटिक्स को सबको डिस्कशन करेंगे। थैंक यू सो मच।
A very good experience sharing by Habib. But it is also a part of the global IR, no? So can we have next participant? Yes, now we invite Dr. Ali Kef.
Good afternoon. I would like to say that this program, for me, it successfully confused me completely. A confusion का पूरा process कि whatever I have studied, all the established fact and the mainstream theories, we have seen it is completely different from that. All the course and these things, the lecture from Atul sir or Amitabh Acharya, talking about alternative theories, alternative understanding of international relations. So I would like to start from what Nishant pointed yesterday, that process of unlearning. एक बहुत कुछ समझने के लिए बहुत कुछ भूलना पड़ता है, फिर बहुत सारी चीजें समझ में आती है। और जो established knowledge है, whatever established knowledge we have, and if it is not correct or it is not in a good right direction, then we will not be able to understand the things. उसका एक एग्जाम्पल मेरे पास है। अभी कुछ दिन पहले, ये थोड़ा सा पर्सनल है तो मैं, और मेरी इंग्लिश इतनी अच्छी भी नहीं है तो मैं बताऊंगा तो ये स्टोरी शायद समझ में ना आए, तो उसको हिंदी में बताने की कोशिश करूंगा। तभी ये हुआ, हमारे एक दोस्त हैं, वो ड्राइविंग सीख रहे हैं। क्या अहमद? तो नहीं, अहमद नहीं है, अहमद को मैंने बताया था ये स्टोरी। तो वो ड्राइविंग सीख रहे हैं और वो मेरे साथ के ही हैं और वो बाइक भी चलाते हैं हमारे साथ ही। तो वो जा रहे थे और मैं पीछे बैठा था ड्राइविंग सीट पे, मतलब वो बैठे थे, मैं पीछे बैठा था, इंस्ट्रक्टर साथ में बैठा हुआ था। तो वो इंस्ट्रक्टर बार बार उनको इंस्ट्रक्ट ये कर रहा था, जब भी आप मोड़ें कहीं पे गाड़ी को, तो मोड़ने से पहले वो इंडिकेटर दे दें और हॉर्न बजा दें। ये एक लर्निंग का प्रोसेस है, जब भी आप गाड़ी चलाएं तो ये रूल होता है। बट मुझे भी नहीं पता, आई डोंट नो, बट ही कुड नॉट डू दिस थिंग। वो कर ही नहीं पा रहा था, जब भी मोड़ आए वो बस मोड़ ले रहा था गाड़ी और गाड़ी चली जा रही थी और वो इंस्ट्रक्टर को गुस्सा आ रहा था। वो बार बार डांट रहा, क्यों कर रहा है ऐसा यार तुम? अब मैं भी समझ नहीं पा रहा हूँ क्यों नहीं कर रहे हो। और फिर वो रोक दी गाड़ी उसने, इंस्ट्रक्टर ने, और कहा क्या प्रॉब्लम है आपको, क्यों नहीं कर रहे हो ऐसा? तो ही सेड के एक्चुअली मैं बाइक चलाता हूँ ना, और मेरे बाइक में जो इंडिकेटर नहीं है और मैं हाथ से रोकता हूँ, हाथ दिखा करके, और इसमें हाथ भी नहीं दिखा सकता, वो शीशे लगे हुए हैं। तो दिस इज द प्रोसेस ऑफ अनलर्निंग, मतलब उसको अनलर्न करना पड़ेगा अपना बाइक का प्रोसेस। ही कैन लर्न। तो ये एक प्रोसेस ऑफ अनलर्निंग मेरे लिए शुरू हुआ यहाँ पर ज्ञान के कोर्स में। और दूसरा जो मेरे ज्ञान के कोर्स में आने की एक वजह ये थी कि यहाँ के स्टूडेंट भी हूँ, बहुत यूनिवर्सिटी को मिस भी करता हूँ, तो आना पड़ा। और एक्चुअली आई एम engaged in teaching, but in teaching you face a lot of difficulties, especially when you join as a newly recruited and have no experience of teaching. तो उसमें बहुत दिक्कत हुई, बच्चे सवाल पूछते हैं बहुत डिफरेंट डिफिकल्ट टाइप के, कुछ भी पूछ देते हैं और मुझे तो आता भी नहीं था पढ़ाना मैं क्या ही आंसर करूं उनको। तो उस पर हुआ ये कि वो पूछ रहे हैं कि सर आपने कल रियलिज्म पढ़ाया था और उसमें ये पावर पॉलिटिक्स बता रहे हैं, एवरीवन इज वर्किंग फॉर इंटरेस्ट, एंड और आज आज आप ही अपनी जबान से कह रहे हैं कि लिबरलिज्म में कॉपरेशन भी हो सकता है और ये भी हो सकती है। तो वो सोशल साइंस में ये चीजें पॉसिबल है कि यू कैन हैव डिफरेंट पर्सपेक्टिव, डिफरेंट डायमेंशंस, तो उसको समझाना मतलब वो डिफिकल्ट हो जाता है ऐसे में। तो आई हैड एन एग्जाम्पल फॉर दैट, मतलब मैंने फिर वो बताया अपनी चुंगी में बैठ के जो देखते हैं, तो उससे मैंने समझा, क्योंकि एक बार चुंगी पे मैं भी बैठा था, मैं अलसबा अहमद भी था वहां पे, तो वो सब हम लोग बैठे थे चुंगी पे, तो अचानक से ये हुआ कि एक लड़का बहुत तेजी से रैश ड्राइविंग करते, मतलब वो बाइक से आ रहा था और बाइक गिर गई। तो उसी में से एक लड़के ने ये कहा, आप लोग बोर तो नहीं हो रहे ना? तो अच्छा, थैंक यू। तो वो जब बाइक चला रहा था ना, तो वो गिर गया। अब बाइक गिर गई, अब क्या किया जाए? तो वो किसी तरीके से कुछ लोग आए दौड़ते हुए कि भाई इसको बचा लो, वो गिर गया है और अच्छी चीज भी है, तो वो उसको उठाया और उसने बिल्कुल कुछ भी नहीं देखा अपनी तरफ, शावेज भाई कपड़े भी नहीं झाड़े और किसी की तरफ नहीं देखा, कोई ध्यान नहीं दिया और गाड़ी पे बैठा और तेजी से फिर निकल गया और फिर गिर गया जा करके। तो वी स्टार्टेड डिस्कसिंग कि ये हुआ क्या है, मतलब ये चलाया फिर गिर गया और ये सब क्या हो रहा है। तो फिर एक ने कहा कि एक्चुअली ये है ना कि ये जो सड़क बनाई है वो इंजीनियरिंग का था। वो अलग अलग लड़के बैठते हैं ना, मतलब ढाबों पे, कोई इंजीनियरिंग से आता है और कोई जो है फिजिक्स का, कोई केमिस्ट्री का, हम लोग भी होते हैं माइनॉरिटी सोशल साइंस वाले भी। तो मार्जिनलाइज ग्रुप कम सुनते हैं लोग, सैलरी नहीं होती ज्यादा शायद इसलिए। तो वो उसमें ये हुआ कि वो इंजीनियरिंग वाले ने कहा, वो सिविल इंजीनियर की, यार वो रोड अच्छे से नहीं बना है ना, तो उसलिए वो गाड़ी उसकी गिर गई। और उसमें एक फिजिक्स का था, तो उसने भी कुछ ऐसी टेक्निकल कहा कि वो चक्के की जो वो व्हील्स हैं वो अच्छे सी बनावट नहीं थी, तो गिर गया। और हाँ, ग्रेविटी वगैरह कुछ कुछ बोल रहा था, वो मुझे समझ में नहीं आता, साइंस और ग्रेविटी वेविटी वो बोल रहा था, तो वो हो गया। और एक ने कहा कि नहीं यार ये पूरी बाइक ही खराब बनी है, ये जो उसका मशीन है वो, उसमें फिर वो अलसबा टाइप के टेस्ट था, स्टूडेंट सोशल साइंस कर रहा था कोई, तो बोला कि देखो पहली बार तो हो सकता है वो जो है सिविल इंजीनियरिंग वो कुछ रोड वोड की वजह से गिरा हो, और दूसरी बार हो सकता है फिजिक्स की वजह से गिरा हो, सेकेंड टाइम जो गिरा है ना वो मेल शेवनिज्म और पेट्रियार्कल मेंसेंट की वजह से गिरा है, क्योंकि मर्द को कभी दर्द ही नहीं होता है ना। तो ये है, तो इस तरीके से समझाना पड़ता है कि डाइवर्स पर्सपेक्टिव्स हैं, चीजें अलग हैं, but we have to understand all these realities from different perspective. Your reality, your truth may be different, my will be different. तो ये एक चीज मैं ये इस तरीके से समझा। एंड थोड़ा लेक्चर के बारे में ये कहना चाहूंगा कि in this lecture Amitabh Acharya sir lastly told some features and characteristics of multiplex हाँ multiplexity, हाँ multiplexity, तो उसमें ही pointed out some ऑफ कैरेक्टरिस्टिक्स, बहुत सारे थे, 5 थे शायद। तो उसमें से एक था नॉन स्टेट एक्टर्स। नॉन स्टेट एक्टर्स उसमें व्हेन ही सेड दैट नॉन स्टेट एक्टर्स, एंड इन लास्ट डे ही सेड, और इन शायद लेक्चर के शुरू में ही सेड दैट के लिबरल ऑर्डर इज इन डिक्लाइन, नॉट अमेरिका बट लिबरल ऑर्डर इज इन डिक्लाइन। एक चीज तो ये है कि लिबरल और डिक्लाइन पे, दूसरी बात ये कह रहे हैं कि नॉन स्टेट एक्टर्स हैं और अलग अलग छोटे छोटे स्टेट्स हैं जो इमर्ज हो रहे हैं। बट माय क्वेश्चन इज दैट के इमर्जेंस ऑफ दीज नॉन स्टेट एक्टर्स और अदर एक्टर्स, दे आर रिप्लेसिंग दिस न्यू लिबरल ऑर्डर और लिबरल ऑर्डर, or they are replacing the state dominance of the hegemonic states or not. During my research and in one of my paper, जब हमने डीप डाउन काफी पढ़ने की कोशिश की नॉन स्टेट एक्टर्स को, तो हमने ये पाया दे आर रिप्लिकेटिंग द uh, dominance of the state and dominance of the non-state actors, dominance of the new liberal order. पे जितने भी और specifically in climate change, all the non-state actors, those who are working after Paris, there are almost 500 non-state actors emerge. Okay, और they form networks कि उसमें कॉर्पोरेट भी आ गया और जो है बिजनेस हाउसेज आ गए, एनजीओ आ गए और सब मिलके ये दे आर ट्राइंग दैट वी विल फिनिश द प्रॉब्लम ऑफ क्लाइमेट चेंज. ओके, उनका क्लेम यही है कि ट्रम्प अगर साथ नहीं भी दे रहा है, जैसे अमिताभ बच्चन सेड दैट कि इफ ट्रम्प इज नॉट विद द क्लाइमेट एजेंडा, उसके बाद भी जो है नॉन स्टेट एक्टर विल टेक केयर ऑफ इट. बट ऐसा नहीं है. हो ये रहा है तो इन द नेम ऑफ रेडिकेटिंग क्लाइमेट चेंज और आंसरिंग मिटिगेटिंग इट और adapting the climate change, they are doing nothing, imposing the new liberal agenda. जितने भी इनके क्लाइमेट पॉलिसीज नॉन स्टेट एक्टर्स लेकर के आ रहे हैं, वो सब न्यू लिबरल एजेंडा को लेकर आ रहे हैं. तो मुझे मेरा कंसर्न अमिताभ सर के साथ परवेश सर यही है कि ये लोग शायद ये बात तो कर रहे हैं मल्टीप्लिसिटी की.
Comments, feedbacks, ideas from rest of the participants, please come forward. नहीं हम बात परवेश सर का तो बुरा ही लेंगे. So I hope all the participants have agreed to sit down and wanted to listen your next resource person. So with these words, now I request Dr. Parvez Adam, and he has restored out. He has a command over all the discipline, political theory, and international relations. And we will love to have listen from many things to Dr. Parvez Adam. Can we have a please big round of applause for Parvez?
Thank you, Shavez. There is a caveat I must give, and this has been kind of a very puzzling thing that when you enter, and Nishant probably knows, when I said doctor, he said that, sir, abhi main doctor nahi hu, right? So this is very personal, like I'm yet to be doctor. So you can call me Mr. Parvez Alam, rather Dr. Parvez Alam. Okay. I'm a student of political science and international relations. So I've been teaching here in the department for the last, say, 9 years. And then in Jamia Millia Islamia, I taught there at Nelson Mandela Center for Peace and Conflict Resolution for 1.5 years. And of course at Delhi University for a very brief stint. So this has been very learning sort of experience for the last 4 days, starting from Atul. Rajan was my warden there in JNU. And then, of course, the man, the star, Amitabh Acharya. We have been waiting with Rahat Sahab in all the sort of setup and organizational sort of activities to organize this workshop. So every day, Amitabh Acharya's name would pop up in our discussion. So we were eagerly waiting, and then it was indeed worth waiting because the one who initiated this entire debate on non-Western IR theory and then global IR is proving to be the man behind this entire sort of paradigm shift in the discourse of IR. Yet, on some things we are on same page, but if we totally agree with any sort of conceptual formulation, probably it would turn out to be hegemonic again, right? If there is no critique, then that same narrative, which is very critical of the hegemony, would turn out to be hegemonic, right? And hence critique is very important. it should be constructive criticism to sort of enhance the entire understanding, is an explanatory tool. As yesterday also, Professor Acharya was talking about that Europeans are more tilted towards understanding, right? And then Americans are more into explanation. So hence they have their hypothesis, and Europeans have questions, right? So I do fall into the sort of the school of trying to understand rather than um, explaining through a hypothesis. But explanation and understanding both can be clubbed, as Robert Cox famously in one of the article on hegemony and social forces writes about in one of the volume in Cambridge Studies of International Relations. Now, what is the criticism coming from another strand of overhauling of the hegemonic disciplines, right? I mean, social sciences have evolved for the last, say, pretty much 200, 300-year old, sort of all the disciplines, if you can club together as social sciences. Um, and it is also, in some sense, and some of my students who are participating here, and for them, it would be rather, I'm reiterating the same kind of notions. Uh, it starts with enlightenment rationality, right? Where this enlightenment rationality trying to create separate disciplines, right? More in a specialization, that what is the criteria of this discipline which makes it that discipline distinct from the other, right? So philosophy would be logic, you know, rationality, speculation, right? Should be, ought to be, all sort of, questions, right? And similarly, like, sociology, then again, Auguste Comte would move towards positivism. So then again, uh, how to do research in terms of sensory experience and other kind of things, right? But this is enlightenment rationality is also intersecting with another very major project of Europe that is called modernity, right? So modernity, enlightenment, rationality, and industrial revolution, it, these are sort of, you know, evolving at the same moment of history, right? And of course, the center is Europe, right? And if modernity is the progeny of these disciplines, then quite naturally, it is also the time of colonization, right? So all colonial expeditions defining, marking territorial space as their colonies, and hence not only the economic or say business is the only purpose, but it is also a kind of civilizational mission, right? So in the name of white man's burden, for an example, right? So all the literature which would be written by that time, if Joseph Conrad, right, Heart of Darkness, or even Shakespeare's all the from the Tempest to many dramas, you will see a villain is always a black man, right? So you will be finding, a black man is a cannibal man, right? A person who is man eater, right? Yeah. Yeah, Macbeth. I mean, all those literatures, right? So it is, and by Amitabh Acharya since yesterday has been talking about, Kant's writings were very racist, right? So we have just come up to know just 15 years ago that Kant was also a very racist kind of philosopher. The one who is talking about perpetual peace, the one is talking about, critique of judgment and whatnot, is also a racist scholar, right? So we just came to know because his texts are getting translated and then people are coming to know, right? My point is that if these disciplines are the product of modernity, and they have that remanence within the discipline of IR, right? Because international relations is also a kind of product of the same modernity, same school of thought. Then how are we going to incorporate those of ideas or set of ideas and then sort of countering with them, right? Means sitting with them and countering, because it's a power position. It's a what Walter D. Munolo. How many of you have heard about Munolo? Walter D. Munolo. Yeah, Walter Munolo. What he says is a colonial matrix of power, right? Which actually produces knowledge, right? So it's what we need to do is we have to decolonize knowledge, right? And what he's saying, modernity is coloniality, right? Modernity is coloniality. Now, modernity is coloniality. So if these disciplines are product of modernity, simply these disciplines are also colonial disciplines, right? And what he's saying, it would be epistemic violence and epistemic injustice to keep these disciplines and then overhaul or reform. Rather, what he's saying, we have to go for epistemic disobedience, right? Epistemic disobedience. We have to disobey all these disciplines which has certain kind of, germs of hegemony, right? It is hegemony, right? And we need to delink it. Delinking is very important, right? And then what is the solution, right? If we are going to delink, if we are going to disobey all those epistemic corpus of knowledge that what we have, we are informed through those knowledge system. How are we going to do that, right? So that's a challenge. The solution that these decolonial scholars, that what they are giving is that critiquing is utmost important thing in this process of decolonization. It's not, you need not be bothered about that what would happen or what is the premise of our knowledge production or what will be the panacea of the knowledge production, right? But delinking is important. Now, is multiplex offering this, right? We need to critique, right? We may not agree fully, but definitely it's very heartening to listen to this scholar coming from United States, right? So is multiplex the very idea offering delinking? Is pluralistic universalism offering delinking? It actually suggests rather other way around, right? Instead, we need to keep ourselves attached with that. Detachment is important. Manolo is saying detachment is important, right? I.M. Cesare is saying in discourses of colonialism, detachment is important. From Fano to what Nishant yesterday, I was not there, but Ali Kaf brought it, right? That unlearning is important. Again, Saidian idea, right? Now, entire corpus of knowledge, Edward Said is screaming in 1970s, right? What has been written. Now, what we are doing, we are reproducing the same kind of Wallsian, right, text. We are sort of touching or bowing down to the same evolution of the discipline, right, instead of delinking, right? And Minolo is talking in 2011. So it's not like Minolo is talking pre-colonial times, right? And if you're coming with global international relations in 2014, Minolo is already available to you, right? But why so much disengagement with Milolo, right? So these ideas suggest something, right? But there is overarchingly some kind of hegemonic setup is still remnant within the global international relations, and it may sound to be very pluralistic, inclusive, so on and so forth. Yet, I mean, of course, with the guest we cannot fight, isn't it? Right? We can just sort of mellow down and say some nice words. We can flavor it in some sense that he should feel like I'm a guest, I'm the superstar, right? So I mean, very important points. I mean, Ahmed, Raf, Nishant, Zubair, all actually brought up. But this very idea of, again, I mean, in a way, I'm gelling much well with what Firoz sir was talking about. I mean, it's the time of when, when Westphalian nation state or Westphalian state system is still dominating. How are we going to reconcile what kind of delinking, what kind of detachment, what kind of disobedience we are offering? Do we have any alternative other than the same kind of repetition? I mean, what kind of global IR it would be if it is not non-Western, right? And it is in a way localizing in some sense that what again Milano is talking before that, pluriversal, right? One world. The very idea of one world. Bordeaux is talking about the same kind of thing in habitus, the concept of habitus, right? So we all have resources in other disciplines which are critiquing immensely the very established knowledge, the what is pre-given, right? Yet international relations is kind of creating that cocoon and not learning from the other disciplines, right? Which have I mean, in some sense, they have brought different kind of narratives, different kind of sensibilities, right? Inserted into knowledge traditions, right? But that is kind of not coming into international relations, right? So, I mean, these are some of the rather very provocative and radical way of reading the lectures that what Professor Amitabh Acharya was talking about. You may not agree and you should not agree. Again, I'm saying that, that might be again, right, very hegemonic. That will have tendency, right? So if I'm proposing something, you need to critique me also so that we can have a discussion and debate. Thank you so much. Right.
It was an important announcement.
Thank you so much, Parvez sir, for incorporating all those ideas which were earlier somehow left behind. Some of them was covered by Dr. Rahat Hassan sir in his lectures when he delivered his lectures in the second half of the sessions. And it is very important to highlight essence of post-colonialism, which you just mentioned, about decolonization of the knowledge, whether it is regarding to discipline or any discourse. So you cannot understand a global international relation without understanding of the post-colonialism. So this is what Parvez sir has rightly pointed out. And apart from it, obviously, sir, what you have just mentioned about the multiplexity or multiplex order, we need to contest. We need to, delve into it to find out the ways how we can break that kind of the orthodoxy in relation to the international relation as a disciplines. Yeah.
There's a slight change and one important announcement related to the conduct of the class tomorrow. Before that, I'm just asking you all people that this classroom is better or the auditorium is better. Because we have option to conduct the class here only, and also we have also the option in the auditorium. If that is okay, which is also fine, it is economical for us. For me, it is economical. We have to pay 5,000 and we have to pay for 1,000. Yeah, 1,000 only. Tomorrow is technically tomorrow is the last day. That will the fifth day of the session, fifth day of the course rather, and the 31st is the only examination day. It will take only 1 hour. Simple examinations that will be here only, and then after there will be a certificate distribution. ये डाटा आपको मना कर दीजिए हो गया just switch off.
Recording open. Okay.
Otherwise there will be audit before audit. Anyway, so the thing is that tomorrow the session will begin here only, but there's a slight change because of the tight schedule of the Amitabh Acharya foreign faculty. He will take class